Hello, everyone. Sorry, it's cold here tonight. How is everyone? How is everyone? Hey, Chris, how are you? I know there's a lot going on right now. Allison's got a live going on, which I hope everything is going good for her. Anybody that doesn't know who Allison is, it's my father's alibi. I wish her all the best. What a strong woman she is. So tonight, we're going to talk about Wendi, but I think I want to review the motion hearing today, which we all knew was going to go that way. And then somebody had told me that mentor lawyer read out Sarah Yusuf's deposition. So I really do want to check that out. It'd be interesting to see what her depo was. Is anybody shocked that the defense didn't win their motion for subpoena Wendi? Like, come on. And is Donna really shocked that her sweet, innocent little girl isn't going to do whatever she can to protect her mother? Please. That is just absolutely absurd. Wendi only protects Wendi. She didn't care about Donna. She didn't care about Charlie. She don't care about Harvey. She cares about her, and that is that. And the boys to her, in my opinion, the boys to her, they're just a means to an end. She feels that the boys are with her, she won't get prosecuted. Shame on her, using her children like this. Shame on her for having her children's family murdered. Oh, what is that? Oh, hold on. There we go. Oh, for some reason. Oh, I'm trying to pull your chat from YouTube over to StreamYard. Wasn't working. I was confused there for a minute. As far as I know, he's on his own. I do know she had mentioned that they may have to get live-in help, but I don't know what came of that. As far as I know. But there was a picture today of him in the, hold on, let me see if I can get it. Tallahassee Democrat. I don't know if it'll let me because I'm not a subscriber to the Tallahassee Democrat. So I don't know if it'll let me pull the picture up or not. I know Patty's Playhouse had it up. Quite interesting picture. Here we have 5 people, but only Chris is in the chat. Let's check Harvey Adelson. See if the image is there. Yeah, I don't subscribe to the Tallahassee Democrat, so it won't let me bring it up. But look at this image. Look how old he looks. I'm going to share this picture here. Like, look how old he's looking. Oops. That's incredible. He has aged so much since Donna's been in jail. I myself would have thought he would be looking better. But nope. He has aged a lot. Hey, Pat, how are you? Canada from Mexico. Can hardly wait for this trial. Thanks for covering. Anytime, Pat. How is it in Mexico? How are my friends down south? And listen, I'm not going to get into politics or anything, but Shy Bomb? She's the queen. Love her. Love her. Pat, I love Mexico. I absolutely love it there. I would be very happy to be in Mexico right now. Chris says, yes, I know they were all in on it. Just think it's separated at this time for your life with no one. Oh, guaranteed. Guaranteed. But what did Donna think? Okay, guys, what did Donna think Wendi was just going to come in and save the day? You got played, Donna. You got played by a player better than you. Yeah. Amazing woman. Donna got played by her daughter, who played the game better than her mother did. She taught her to be the master manipulator, and the student surpassed the teacher. Plain and simple. She got played by her own daughter. So I want to watch this motion hearing. We know kind of how it went. It's quite clever where they sat Donna so she could actually look at Harvey. So from what I know, Harvey has an Airbnb in Tallahassee for this trial. So if anybody's in Tallahassee for this trial, could be quite interesting. Running into Harvey for supper. And I think Jackie Fuller has been listening to people on YouTube because, well, she did her hair today. The other day it looked so scraggly. I haven't seen this yet.
And Jackie Fulford for Mrs. Adelson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Morrow on behalf of the witness, Wendi Adelson, and my colleague, Matthew Luca, is with me as well.
Good afternoon. I have reviewed your motion, Mr. Loro, concerning the defense's subpoena as far as placing a statement on the record. I don't know if any of the parties have a position concerning you placing a statement on the record, but similar to the other trials in this matter, I do not have an issue if you do so prior to the testimony of your client. As to the placing the statement on the record, does the state have a position?
No objection, Your Honor.
Does the defense have a position?
No position, Your Honor.
Concerning placing a statement on the record, Mr. Loro, you will be permitted to do so, or another member of your firm, before your client testifies. As to the motion to quash the defense subpoena, does the state have a position?
No, Your Honor. No position.
Does the defense have a position?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
May I stay here?
You may.
Judge, the issue here and the concern that we have on behalf of Mrs. Adelson is there have been 2 prior rulings in the homicide of Mr. Markel. One came from Judge Hankinson, and then another one came from Judge Wheeler. What Judge Hankinson ruled is that the immunity conferred by the state subpoena extended to cross-examination, and we believe that's an accurate statement of the law. However, Judge Wheeler limited cross-examination to only what the state brings forth on direct. This is a premature at this point, Judge. We have her under subpoena, and we may want to elicit testimony from her.
Well, before we get there on that point, when she's called as a state witness and she is cross-examined, she can be cross-examined on all matters raised by the direct and on matters of bias or impeachment or motive to lie. All matters that she can be cross-examined on pursuant to the rules of evidence extend under that state subpoena.
I understand that, Judge, but our issue is, suppose that she's one of the first witnesses to testify.
Which she
And
will be.
suppose after she testifies, other issues come up that we know, if we called her, she could rebut what has been said. It's not necessarily would be something that she would need to invoke her rights. It could be a very simple issue, and we would need her testimony. So until we go through the trial to see what happens, it's impossible for us to say, yes, just cross-examining her on bias and credibility and whatever the state has asked about sounds good in the state's case until we hear further testimony and some issue arises.
I'll allow Mr. Lawyer to make his argument, but the crux of his motion is you cannot offer this witness any protection as it relates to you calling her in your case in chief. What is your response to the written argument on that matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on, Mr. Lawyer. I'm going to allow Ms. Fulford.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking me. I'm sorry, sir.
You can make your argument in just a moment.
So the issue as to immunity, we cannot confer immunity to her, Judge. We agree with that. We can't. But there may be other issues where she could testify to something that she's not taking a chance, if you will, that she's going to say something that could be used against her in the future. There could be other matters that are raised in the trial that we simply want to get testimony from her as. She is the daughter of our client.
From the perspective of your client, I certainly understand the argument you're making. Mr. Lawyer, you may argue.
Yes, Your Honor. This issue was addressed by Judge Wheeler in the second Magbanawar trial. It was also decided upon by the first DCA in July 2025, when the DCA ruled that the procedure used by Judge Wheeler was entirely correct, and the subpoena in that case was quashed. It was the same issue that the defense raised, where they wanted to cross-examine my client pursuant to a defense subpoena, which conferred no immunity at all on Ms. Adelson. I indicated to the court then, as I will now, that Ms. Adelson will assert her Fifth Amendment rights with respect to any relevant question asked by the defense. So the only result of the defense procedure would be to have the client's daughter take the stand and invoke the Fifth Amendment in front of the jury. And that.
I'm sorry, but if Wendi is so afraid to testify that she would have to invoke the Fifth Amendment, guess what, Wendi Adelson? You're guilty. You're guilty. If anybody cannot testify and they have to invoke the Fifth Amendment, you're guilty. Otherwise, you'd be willing to be an open book.
The court decided by Judge Wheeler that that would be inappropriate, and we would ask the court now to follow the same procedure as Judge Wheeler and follow the same procedure that was upheld by the first DCA just 1 month ago.
Does the defense have any remaining argument on this matter?
Your Honor, respectfully, the issue that was ruled on or concerning the subpoena, quashing the subpoena, Ms.
Exactly, Chris. No reason to hide. If you're not guilty, there's no reason to hide. She's guilty as sin. Guilty as sin, that one. Hello, Michelle. We're just right now, we're just reviewing this short motion hearing that happened today. And then I was told a little bit ago that Mentor Lawyer did a reading of Sarah Yusuf's depot. So I'm really interested. I wanted to see that. And then we'll get into Wendi.
Ms. McBanawalt did not make that argument below. She did not join the state's motion. So the first DCA did not rule that Judge Wheeler followed the proper procedure. My understanding is that the first DCA held that she had not preserved the argument.
And if I could add one thing further,
We don't have tag team motions. Who's going to finish the argument?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I don't like Jackie. I don't like her. I'm sorry. I just don't like her.
Your Honor, factually, we're in a vastly different circumstance. Our client certainly has information, knows information about her daughter that Ms. McBanawalt would not have ever been able to know. And so it's our
yes, she
position
does.
that it's premature. The Fifth Amendment question, the courts have ruled should be done on a question-by-question basis.
So your expectation is for me to ask the question, she will make some sort of signal, I'm invoking, the jury is to be removed, and then we do this for the entire defense direct?
No, Your Honor. What I would suggest is that if we get into this posture, and absolutely cross-examination may be sufficient, but if we get into the posture of needing additional, I would suggest that potentially proffering the questions, and then she and her counsel can advise the court if she intends to invoke her privilege at that time.
Mr. Laura,
But the jury
last
would
word,
have
and
to
then
be
I will-
removed.
Yes, Your Honor, the statement by counsel is patently incorrect and false. This issue was raised by Ms. Carras in the McBanawalt trial. She preserved the issue. She made the same arguments that these defense lawyers are making now. It was wholly rejected by Judge Wheeler and wholly rejected by the first DCA. And we respectfully request that Your Honor follow that ruling here. There's simply no question that the defense could ask that is relevant to this matter that Ms. Adelson, my client, would answer. She's invoking her Fifth Amendment.
Right? Stephen Webster's amazing.
Having reviewed the applicable authority on this issue and also reviewed the prior transcripts on this matter that were also ruled on by Judge Wheeler concerning this same subject, I am going to adopt a similar ruling. The defense cannot give the witness immunity as it relates to any matters in which she would testify under and could properly invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege. No witness can be called to the stand simply to invoke the Fifth Amendment, as there would be no basis for this witness to take the stand and give testimony on a relevant matter that also could not affect her ability to also endanger her own Fifth Amendment right. I am going to grant the relief that is requested. If we need to revisit this issue for any purpose where the defense believes there is a line of questioning that will not go to the Fifth Amendment privilege of the witness, we will at the appropriate time. But I do believe it is the proper ruling at this point to quash the subpoena. Mr. Laura, I believe that concludes your motion for today. Again, when it's time for your client to testify, you may place your statement on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good day, sir.
To you as well. That concludes the public portion of the
Hey,
hearings
John.
for this afternoon. We will take a brief break and then resume with the in-camera matters. The courtroom is to be cleared by all non-parties at this.
We all knew that was coming. I said that last night. They're not going to be able to do anything else that the other defense lawyers wouldn't be able to do. The thing that makes me laugh is that Donna wholeheartedly probably believed that her precious little Wendi was going to come in and save the day. She truly thinks that Wendi gives two craps what she's doing. No. Hey, Armand, Wendy's actions after the hit is telling. Why would she live so happily with her family even after the hitman and Katie were arrested? She clearly knew and was okay with it, right? Wendi Adelson doesn't care about anybody else but Wendi Adelson. You could actually probably argue she doesn't even care about those two boys. I'm not saying she's their mom. I know that. But if you loved your children, you would not have their father murdered. I do, Michelle. I think Donna truly thought that Wendi was going to come in and save the day. She hasn't spoken to her mother since Danny was killed. Hasn't called her, no commissary, no nothing. Right. Nope. And I did have somebody that said they knew. They knew the Adelsons fairly close, and that they knew Wendi fairly close, and that Wendi had told both boys that the grandma and the uncle did a really bad thing and hurt their dad. Wendi shows to have narcissistic tendencies. She was the center of the family. I don't know so much if she was so much the center of the family, Chris, but she definitely was the head of the snake. She's just clever. She's way more clever than all of them put together. Oh, if you mean center, like she was the baby for sure. But I don't think she was the baby because it hurt. It was those two boys that were the key factor for Donna. Those two boys. Yeah, their possessions, exactly. I'm sorry, you can't sit there and say, well, she loves her boys, though. That argument doesn't fly with me, because if you loved your children, there's no way you could have done this. None. Charlie said he would like to think he was his mom's favorite. Yeah, I would like to think it's a tie. Yeah, that's right. They catered to Wendi. And I don't think is that they catered to her for any other reason than those two boys. Donna wanted to relive raising Robert and Charlie. And those two boys were the replacement. Isn't it, Paul? The dynamic is disgusting. It's absolutely, I do not know how Robert escaped it. I agree with what you said last night. That Donna wanted a do-over with Wendi's children to make up for her own two boys that she wished were different. I've said that from the beginning. Those two boys were replacements. The sunshine. Robert doesn't listen. Robert did his own thing. Robert disobeyed them. Charlie was just a flight kid. He wasn't going to settle down. He wasn't getting married. He wasn't any of this. He was the problem child. And these two boys were her do-over. They're all competing to be the favorite. Yeah, except for Robert. How he escaped, because obviously Wendi didn't escape. She was brought up by the same two people. Charlie didn't escape. He was brought up by the same two people. Their brains were all screwed up. How did Robert do it? That had never occurred to me until you said that last night. A do-over. Her sun shines. The sun shone on those two boys. The making, like, get her down there. She was living with them. Those two boys were everything. Donna was going to take him to school. She was doing all this piano lessons, everything. Where was Wendi? They said she was working. My first mother-in-law was like Donna. She thought my daughters were hers. If she stayed with them while we were on vacation, we'd come home and all the furniture was rearranged. Jesus. I had an ex-boyfriend's mom do that to me. She come in one day, I was at work, and I come home and my furniture is all over. It's in different places. And she literally said, I think my son would like it better this way. It's not his house, it's mine. What are you doing? You crazy wackadoodle. And I think Wendi knew that her mom would do anything for those two boys. Anything. Oh, it did. It sure did. She wasn't working. She was probably out drinking lots of wine and sleeping with lots of men. Right there. That's why I say, I wouldn't doubt that Wendi Adelson has an alias and she has an OnlyFans site. Wouldn't that be something? I wouldn't put it past her to have an OnlyFans site. I'm just saying. Any Wendi Adelson supporters out there? Sorry, but not. That girl is... What is that site that Katie McBenoit joined while she's in prison? It's supposed to be like a pen pal for female inmates, for males to become a pen pal with a female inmate. Guaranteed Wendi Adelson will have one of those. Guaranteed. Because do you think, okay, if Wendi Adelson gets arrested, do you think George stays around? Hello, trying to find a cure. I have a question for you because I was thinking about this last night and I haven't asked you. Trying to find a cure. Is there a story behind that? Courtney Clenny Adelson. Yep. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm going to look and see if I can find this. The mentor lawyer, I guess, did a reading of Sarah Yusuf's deposition. I'm going to see if I can find that reading because I would love to hear it. Yeah, exactly. No way. There's no way he stays. Hey, Black Eagle. No offense, but she's pretty homely. Are you talking about Wendi? I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this reading. Thank you. I don't say she's homely. She just comes, I don't know, maybe it's because we know everything that's going on, whatever, just adds more to it. But I find her very fake looking, very fake. Has anybody else seen the mentor lawyer reading? I might have to do it another night because I really want to, I really from this. I really want to hear that. I love the fact she's spending like $500K she scammed from Danny on her lawyers. I would like to know how much Laurel costs an hour. Because she's had him as her attorney. I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe as soon as Charlie was arrested. Could have been sooner. That money's got to run out. Wendi Adelson doesn't have as much money as the rest of the Adelsons did. There's no striking qualities about her. She reeks of doll. He's above many people's pay grade. I don't know how she's paying for it. Even if she was a well-known lawyer, whatever, lobbyist, whatever, Laurel's got to be taking a huge chunk out of her bottom line. I wonder if billionaire George is paying for everything. What a stupid man. What a dumb man he must be if he is. And how could she really work? This is what I wonder. How could she really work? Because it's not like a lot of people don't know who she is. Black Eagle says, well, Harvey better start hiding money. Donna's lawyer's getting rich. Yeah, and if you figure what Charlie is 1 point something million just for, if not more, for his appeal. That's not even saying what was spent on Rashbaum. And we all know that the jury selection cost a lot of money. John says the billionaire was another guy, wasn't it? I think it's always been George. Harvey will be flipping burgers when Donna is done with him. Harvey will be asking to go to prison. It'll be cheaper. Sounds like she's pretty crazy in the sack. Maybe might be worth it to him with all the money he has. Well, you know, Lacoste did say he was under the spell, the hoo-ha spell. That I don't get it. I honestly, guys, I don't get what is so amazing about Wendi Adelson. Here, kitty kitty. I'm like, I don't get it. Like, You go to bed with a green-eyed devil and you wake up with the blue-eyed devil. They lived a life most people couldn't imagine, and they threw it away. For what? To have the grandkids living next door? And that's what I keep saying. They had everything. This family had everything. They weren't in need of anything. Nothing. And for what? A divorce? Danny didn't want to be separated from his children? Oh, God forbid a man wants to be so involved in his children's life. Like, that is just gross to me. It's gross. That hoo-ha spell gets cast on many a man. Yep. Yeah. There's got to be something. Paul says Danny was a bit overbearing with the kids, to be honest. But you know what? Maybe he was afraid of the Adelson effect on his boys, right? Hey, tennis girl. How are you tonight? They only had 9 years with them. Probably the years since 2016 were not so good. Yes, they had everything and they could afford to visit their grandkids as often as they wanted. And Dan was reasonable. He would have wanted them to be a part of those kids' lives. Yep. Wendi just didn't like answering to anybody but herself. She played the game with her mom. She made her mom feel special and very, very important and stuff like that. Come on, what grown adult needs their parents to drive 8 hours to pick them up and then drive 8 hours back? That's just sad. The point of preschool is to get the kids acclimated to being separate from their parents, but he wanted to be in the kids' circle. Yeah. But that was really after she pulled the kids away from him, though, Paul. That he would go and get extra time with his kids. Do you know what I mean? I see what you're saying, but I think that was more so happened after she took the kids away. Hello, Tattles. Hey, all. I'm sneak watching at work. What's happening? We just watched the motion hearing today, the one where, the defense wanted Wendi to be subpoenaed. And of course, we all knew that was not going to happen. Didn't happen in the other trials. Why should it happen in this one? But Michelle says that's absolutely ridiculous and they are elderly. Why are they driving 16 hours to drive their adult daughter back and forth from Tallahassee to Miami? It made no sense. Wendi alone could have prevented all of this. Yep. The irony, I heard Harvey has an apartment in Tallahassee. Yep. Yep. He does. The prison snitches' testimonies are going to be spicy. I can't wait. Can't wait for this trial. Jury selection tomorrow. Guys, jury selection tomorrow. If we can make it past tomorrow, there's going to be a trial. Donna is a viper. She'll do fine in prison once she gets it through her head that she is now just a number. I hate to say this, guys. Donna gets convicted. I think my opinion. Actually, it's not 16 hours of driving, it's 32 hours because they'd have to drive up, pick her up, drive back, drive her back to Tallahassee, and then drive themselves back to yeah, right? She's arrogant in court. And you know what? Jackie, oh my God, I can't stand her. I can't stand her. Wendi was lazy and wanted her mom to take care of the kids, and she could go out and use her black magic hoo-ha. Jimmy, absolutely. 100% hand down agree with you and welcome. She wasn't working. She did testify to that. But the kids were always with Donna and never with Wendi. I think she would already done it if she was going to. No, John, because she thinks she can get off. She thinks that she can tell her story and she will be acquitted. And by doing that, she can help Charlie. She literally said, her exact words were, I need to take the stand. I need to testify. I need to save my family. I think when that all comes crashing down, when she's convicted, I wouldn't be surprised. She'll be schooled big time and be extorted to the max. Yeah. She'll get a little bit more tushy time. She's nuts. She is. She is so delusional. Honestly, I don't know if it's delusion, guys. I think this woman thinks she's just the best manipulator. I think she knows she is, thinks she is, and I think she thinks that she could do what Charlie couldn't do. And by doing that, she can save her family. I don't see Donna breathing air too long after she goes to prison. I don't see it. Was that prior to coming out about her bribes to inmates? Yeah, that was prior. I started talking to her I'm trying to remember. I believe it was the month after she got to Tallahassee, to Leon County. Donna's testifying to tell a story her gullible family and longtime friends can buy into. Yep. Georgia is going to eat them all for lunch. Every single Adelson. Every single Adelson. She doesn't have that in her back pocket any longer, Crime and Coffee. Which the Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. Because I was thinking about it last night, and I was like, I'm gonna have to ask Tryon What cure? There's no saving her family now. They will be punished for their evil actions. Oh, absolutely. Informants. Yep. And from what I know, Donna said she made quite a few friends. It was nice to have people to talk to. Exactly, tennis girl. Very noble work. That's okay. I'm just glad you answered. I love the sarcastic jab she gets in. Donna is going to be entertaining, say the least. While she's there in court, it's going to be entertaining. I'm kind of thinking those informants aren't going to testify. There's talk that I didn't understand about being agents of the state. Yeah. Listen, anybody in jail, right? Especially when you got an Adelson in there with you. And you know everything. They all know. Sorry, guys. Inmates know more than everybody else, right? Because they got nothing else to do. Every one of them is thinking, if I could just get a little tidbit, the right tidbit of information, this could be my get out of jail card. Working in oncology research for 15 years and switched over about 10 years ago. Thank you for your hard work. The only thing that would save Donna is the one thing she doesn't possess. Facts. She don't possess facts. Humility. Yep. Facts is a good one. The only thing that would save Donna if she could take a time travel back and not do it. Or take a time travel back to not writing those emails, not getting involved in your daughter's divorce. You know, she could have played the senile granny Yoda, and she may have gotten away with it. And you know exactly, but the bump video, all the phone calls, like that's why I say, if they try to dress her up as a granny in the courthouse in front of that jury, the minute they hear the phone calls, the minute they see that bump video, it's all out the window. But she's meeting Latin kings, talking to gangsters. She was in on it. Yep. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. As soon as they see that video of her bobbing down the stairs a couple years ago. Yep. She's not all granny dressed out. You know, she's youthful looking. No granny talks the way she does on a phone. No granny writes in emails like she does. How many of our grannies even write emails? Right? They're afraid of technology. All of those hateful emails, she can't come off as a banana bread, bacon, sweetheart of grandma. Nope. I don't care how they try to portray her and make her look sweet, innocent, whatever. It's gonna fall apart as soon as those phone calls or that bump is played. It's just not going to happen. I'm going to put,
Please be seated.
I'm going to pause for a sec. This is Katie's retrial. We're going to just do Wendi because guaranteed her story changes. Guaranteed. And I'd like to know from you guys what you think she's going to change. You know, Harvey didn't wear the pants. He probably didn't even own a pair. My opinion on Harvey and the dynamics of this family is, I think at one point Harvey did wear the pants in the family. And I think when he lost his pants is when he invested in that Ponzi scheme and lost their money. I think that's when Donna, the real Donna, showed up and she took control of the family. She took control of the money. She took control of the kids and their lives. And she took control of Harvey's life. That's when I think the real Donna appeared on the stage. I heard Harvey went wild in court today, waving at a camera person. He's as bad as them all. Yeah. So I know Patty's Playhouse had a picture of him up there. He was going like this. I don't subscribe to the Tallahassee Democrat, so I can't get the picture, but she showed it. John said, "Did you listen to the song about Donna? I sent you creme and coffee." So I was going to ask you about that, John. It wants me to sign up to hear it. Is that, or is there a way to hear it without signing up? If I have to sign up to hear it, I will. But I think Harvey will end up with the maid on an island. Can you imagine how many collect calls from jail he gets? If I'd like to see him behind bars, John, but I don't know. I think Harvey will end. Oh, I read that one. Sorry. Just click the link. Okay, you sent that to my email, John? Because if you did, I'll click it right now and we can all listen to it. He did, Michelle. He did. And he looked like he was mocking what was happening. And I'm like, you know what? You deserve to be behind bars just for this. This isn't a funny matter, Harvey Adelson. I cannot imagine what kind of stunts that SOB is going to play in front of the Markels. They have no shame, these people. None whatsoever. Absolutely no shame. I'm going to pull up John's song here. Give me 1 second. And I'm going to, hold on. John, do you mind if I play it for everyone? Oh, yeah, there's Patty's Playhouse has a picture of him. Again, if you're subscribed to Tallahassee Democrat, you can get the picture too. Okay, I will do it. Let's share this tab instead. You wrote the lyrics, the rest is AI. That's fine. Alrighty. Let's play it. The jailer
mind your own business and you'll be alright, she said. The jailer turned and walked away and left her standing all alone with just her blanket and her thoughts of what she'd done. Then a hardened woman walked over and looked her up and down. She said, you must be the fancy lady that's got the word going round. We've heard you're from Miami and that you're rich. From now on, fancy lady, you're gonna be my commissary bitch. You're in jail now, Donna, darling. You're not in Miami anymore. Say something wrong to the wrong woman, you'll pick your butt up off the floor. So be careful, Donna, darling. Before you speak, be sure you think. What you say could get you bitch slapped or even stabbed with a shame. Each night she lays her head down and her mind goes back many years to the decision she made long ago that destroyed lives and brought her here. Now she finally realized she had no right to do what she had done. No mother has the right to take the life of another mother's son. Now her daughter may be arrested, her son serving life without parole. It's her turn to face the music for living her life with a black soul. Soon she'll hear that one word that will bring her to her knees. When the jury stands and says guilty, she'll know she's never gonna leave. You're in jail now, Donna, darling. You'll never be free anymore. Say something wrong to the wrong woman, you'll pick your butt up off the floor. So be careful, Donna, darling. Before you speak, be sure you think. What you say could get you bitch slapped or even stabbed with a shame. This is your life now, Donna, darling. You're never gonna be free anymore. All you'll hear is guards giving you orders and the clanging of those steel doors. All you'll hear is guards giving you orders and the clanging of those steel doors.
That's really freaking good. Oh my God. That is really good. You heard there's no court this Friday, so that would mean they're going to start opening statements on Monday. Professor Joe Pertudo said today on SDS that when they sent the snitch back in to gather more info, that she was just supposed to listen, not ask questions. Defense said she asked questions, might be a problem. Right? Oh, I don't have legal knowledge either. Just watch them. But if you have somebody that's an informant for the state, wouldn't it be smart if they could ask questions and get the answers to them? Or is that enlisting, like an enlisting, it was excellent. Very excellent. I'm going to hold on. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can. John, would you like me to paste the link to that song in the chat? Oh, I wish I could write her one more time and send her this. I'd be willing to do that. I would take one for the team. I could just say, long time no speak, Donna. I came across this song and it made me think of you. And maybe I'm hoping it'll cheer you up. I'd be a little bit of a biatch that way. I don't know if her tablet would play it though. But I can send an audio message. I can send an audio message. Oh, absolutely, John. I can send you a link to my site and they can hear all my Donna and Wendi songs if you like. John, do you put these on YouTube at all? You need to get your channel, get a channel going and put all your stuff on there. The snitch can't initiate conversation or ask questions because it is a setup, yes. But if Donna wanted to chit chat with her, that was fine. Yeah. It's totally up to John. If you want me to try to get this song to Donna, I will do it. I will. I don't think she could open it up by the link because there's limits to what they can get onto. But if I sent a video clip, with this song playing, I could get around it that way. A song of thought and self-reflection is what I'd say. Wait till she's convicted. All right. But if you want, I will make sure she gets whatever song you choose, because I'm sure I only have one go at it. Just one go. That woman is... Hello, Victoria. What a week. Donna and the Menendez brothers. Oh my. I seriously have been working so much that I haven't even heard anything about the Menendez brothers. My focus right on Donna. Haven't heard anything. I'm going to have to check that out tonight when I'm off of here. Well, that song, John, is amazing. Thank you. Oh, Wendi. And I'm going to share this because I'm looking at it and you guys aren't. How this woman still can practice law, I have no idea. Your client had a get out of jail free card And you, oh, Michelle, you haven't heard it either? Okay, so I'm not the only one under the loop.
We're ready to continue with the testimony. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your direct if necessary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Adelson, I'm going to approach you with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 64.
Yep.
Ms. Adelson, did you have an opportunity to review State's 99 of disc containing wiretap calls relating to this case?
I did.
And as
Before we carry on, will Wendi be sporting this new outfit? Will she be in this gray dress with the black blazers and the ballerina flats? Will she hot iron her hair? Will she have her hair done?
part of our pre-trial preparations, were you asked to listen to those calls and verify whether or not you could authenticate some of the voices on those calls?
So I was asked not to listen to the whole call, but just to listen to a few seconds, enough to be able to identify the people speaking on the calls.
And is that what you did?
That is what I did.
All right, and is State's Exhibit 64 a fair and accurate recording of where your initials appear?
Right? Why?
That representing that you could authenticate the voices on that particular call?
That is correct.
Okay, so for example, the list includes call A on State's Exhibit 99, and you've initialed here indicating that the call is from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State 64.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State's Exhibit 64.
No other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
I thought this was going to be the whole one, but it's not.
This is all about you, isn't it?
Excuse me?
This is all about you, right?
I was called to be a witness and I'm testifying, so I don't understand the question. Is it a question?
There's about 100 people in this courtroom, right?
There are people in the courtroom.
Possibly thousands watching, right?
I have no idea who's watching.
And it's all because of your failed marriage, right?
I disagree with that.
You disagree that your ex-husband is dead because of your family.
Yes, I disagree.
These jurors are here for weeks doing their civic duty because of your marriage, right?
No.
Katie's going through this ordeal because of that marriage, right?
No.
Dan Markel's parents are going through absolute misery because of your failed marriage. Isn't that right?
No, that's incorrect.
Well, let's talk about the marriage. You and Professor Markel, you met when you were in law school. You told that to Ms. Capel. And it was a whirlwind romance, right? Right?
It was not a whirlwind romance, no.
It led to a wedding, February 26th of 2006. You had a big wedding in Boca Raton, right?
I don't believe they are using a consultant. Have you heard differently? Oh, please call Josh Dubin back. We want Josh. We want Josh. Oh. How has Wendi been taking acting classes in Texas to prepare for George's question this? Oh my God. I don't know how this woman went from school to school to school on full scholarships. I don't know how she did it. Maybe she was the teacher's pet with that magic hoo-ha. She is such a ridiculous smart ass during direct. Yes, she is. I don't think they will. I couldn't imagine them bringing in a consultant. But if they did, I want for Josh Dubin to come back. her parents paid for her marks. Good, possibly. Has everyone hit the like button? It's not, please go back and smash it for us. Thank you, Michelle. Josh Dubin would be great. And I agree. DeCoste, the only lawyer, and I understand why Georgia didn't do it, but the only lawyer that came at Wendi.
Did we get married on February 26, 2006? Is that the question? Yes,
In Boca Raton.
in Boca Raton, Florida.
And it wasn't a small wedding, it was a big wedding.
There were many people in attendance.
All right, in this marriage, it led to 2 children, right? Your 2 boys.
No, they didn't.
Are you asking me if I have 2 boys?
Yes.
Yes.
And Professor Markel, he was a great father, wasn't he?
He was a very good father, yes.
Those boys were his world, right?
As well as his work, yes,
And they adored him too, didn't they?
absolutely.
Now, this marriage started to fall apart, right?
It did.
But there were problems from the very beginning, weren't there?
Why do you think that's going to come out in Donna's trial? That they actually paid for lawyers or tried to pay for lawyers for the hitman? I doubt they're getting a jury consultant again. You see how great it worked out the last time. And then they lost $1 million. And wasn't Josh Dubin supposed to be the best jury consultant? Armand, you're right. I hate how she reframes every question. I hate it. Jurors would be terrified of Donna, Charlie, and Wendi. Sure hope they have been watching etiquette videos to prepare. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Maybe Harvey is the jury consultant and Donna's got to pay $1 million. Charlie paid. But that didn't come out in Charlie's trial, though. Do you think it'll come out in Donna's trial? We truly should, Tattles. We all would be good at it. He was hideous. Anybody that follows true crime, like we all do, would be really good at being jury consultants. I hope someone like number 15 doesn't make it through again. That would be very bad. I'm trying to picture in my own head what a juror would look like that I would not want on her on this case. Like, is there an age range that we would say no to? Should it be more? I don't think it should be more men. I think men would have sympathy for the granny. If they had 8 million, add how many lawyers they have paid. It's a lot, yes. Hello, how are you? The judge should not allow her to constantly twist the questions. Nope, he shouldn't. Any money left is tied up in assets, apartment buildings. Yeah, I would think at some point they're going to have to start liquidating. Maybe Harvey's been trying to find one of that doesn't get paid unless Donna wins on a layaway plan. Yes, hello, Isles. Hard to sell, John. A layaway plan. When are all the cameras be allowed so we can see what happens? So you won't see it. If it's going to be anything like Charlie's, you won't see the jurors. And you won't see when they take the jurors in and ask them questions. Basically, we just sit around and wait. But they do have cameras in the courtroom. That is my concern. I actually want them to take their time because I don't want anyone with an agenda finding their way on the jury. Yep, jury selection for Charlie was televised, yes. More women, all ages. Yeah, I'm very torn if it should be equal women to men. I'm just very torn. What do you get if you cross Donna, Harvey, Wendi, and Charlie? Oh God, I'm scared to ask John. What do you get? Aisles of schools, hello. I agree with you about the judge, but that judge sounded like he was on his last leg. Yeah. A headache. I'm so scared to the answer, John. I'm so scared. It's coming. I know it. You're welcome. Thank you. I just, do we think more over 40 for women or mid 20s, mid 30s? Oh, it's a hard one. It just depends on how they're going to try to portray her. Now, I'm also wondering if somebody in Tallahassee's called for jury duty and they had a family member that either A, was called for jury duty for any of the trials, or B, had a family member that sat on a jury for any of the trials, would they be excluded? That's a tough one. Because once the court was over, they were going to talk about what happened. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I've got the yawns today, and I have no idea why. Not enough coffee. John, you cannot leave us hanging. What is the answer?
Right?
Are you asking me, what is the very beginning? The very beginning of when we got married?
Literally at the wedding.
There were problems before we got married.
All right. So at the wedding, and the government asked you about kosher law, right?
About what, I'm sorry?
Keeping kosher.
About keeping kosher, yes.
Right?
The government
In your
asked.
wedding, at your wedding was the groom's family, the Markel family, and they are more strict than your family and friends about keeping kosher.
They do not keep kosher.
Wasn't that one of the problems in your marriage, that Professor Markel was very insistent about keeping kosher?
About his kosher rules, but those are different than his family's.
So you're saying that it wasn't a problem at the wedding, that there were people from the groom's side of the family that were there that strictly keep kosher, that they were told that it was going to be kosher food, but it actually wasn't?
So there was a misunderstanding about whether the food was going to be kosher style or more in adherence with kosher law. There was a miscommunication about that.
So you had people that strictly keep kosher eating non-kosher food, which is a big deal.
That actually is not what happened. Danny was upset that it was kosher style and not strictly adhering to kosher law. So he was disappointed.
So there's problems right from the beginning.
That was a problem at our wedding, yeah.
Fast forward now to September 10th, 2012. Professor Markel, he's away on a business trip, right?
Yes.
He's in New York City at New York University, right?
I believe so, yes.
And he's doing a presentation.
I don't know what he was doing.
Your husband at the time was in New York to give a presentation. You knew that, right?
I knew he was in New York. I didn't know if he was attending a conference or giving a presentation, but he was in New York for work.
Now, you had not communicated with him for 2 days.
I really don't remember.
You text him at around 2:30 in the afternoon, right? Right before he's about to do the presentation.
I really don't remember.
But you do remember dropping the bomb on him, don't you? Telling him that you wanted a divorce.
So I did not drop a bomb on him We'd been in therapy for several months beforehand where I told him several times I wanted a divorce.
You say it's not a bomb, but you agree with me that he begged.
I am so sorry. I have to stop. Hello, Ian, my friend. Hello. How could you have miscommunication about your wedding reception with a rabbi and mostly Jewish people in attendance? Just more lies. Yeah. I just had a thought, guys. I know, very rare. But anyway. Wendi sat behind the Markels and in front of the Markels on the state side for the few trials. Harvey is going to be sitting behind Donna for her trial. What the optics are going to be so bad if Wendi doesn't sit with her father. Can you imagine the optics for the jury if they see Wendi get up from the state side instead of behind Donna? Oh, that's going to be beautiful. Wendi has been nothing but helpful. Listen, we know you have a crush. We know. Oh, those optics are going to look bad. Oh, guaranteed. Guaranteed. Does she sit with Harvey? Does anybody think she will sit with Harvey, or will she just come from the hallway and not be in the courtroom at all? And Harvey's going to be sitting by himself with two empty benches, and Wendi probably won't even sit by him. I wouldn't put it past the Adelsons to pay people to sit there. I have a crush on lying women with bad hair who are economical with their outfits. Hey, Leah. Not a chance. You don't think she sits with Harvey? Does she sit in the courtroom at all? I think the best thing she could do is stay out in the hallway till she's called. If she had told the kids grandma did a bad thing, then she will sit on the prosecution side. Yep. Does anybody think the boys will be watching this? She'll say the lawyer made me do it. She could say whatever she wants. She can't say that to the jury, though, right? It's still the optics that it's going to be bad. Yeah, she has to go. She's under state subpoena. I can't believe how happy Wendi looked in that recent photo that Mums for Justice featured. Just like nothing happened, and she just moved right on. Very sad, actually. It was horrible. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them to pay people to sit there. She probably still thinks I'm going to be there. Nope. Nope. If they have access to a cell phone, I think the boys will watch. Yeah, I think the boys will watch too. It's heartbreaking, but I think they will. I bet she will stay in the hallway till she's called Rochelle and will leave immediately after. Hopefully right into the arms of Sanford. Is her boyfriend coming with her? That's a good question. Will George come to court with her? And if she does sit with Harvey, how much is her parents paying her to do it? That is a good question, Isles. Has he watched the trials? Has George watched them? How can he not know she's a murderer? Donna will look around to see if she can spot her Canadian pen pal. Yes, I believe she will. Because the last time I spoke to her, I told her I'd be there. I really want her to completely betray Donna and then get cuffed herself. I'm right with you, Ian. I'm right with you on that one. I wonder if there'll be picketers outside the court bashing Wendi and Donna. No. There wasn't last time. Hey, Tenton, how are you? With John Laurel as our attorney, we may see I didn't really know Donna. I think she used to bring us coffee defense. When I heard her lawyer say they wanted the two front rows for friends and family, I'm like, oh, that was brilliant. Her new boyfriend is just in it for the potential of some free dental work or the golden hoo-ha. Oh, there goes the chat again, freezing up. Sorry, guys, chat froze. Hello, Dave. How are you? There we go. Now she's going again. Hey, LJ. If she were a good parent, she'd want George to stay with the boys at home. It's Wendi, so George will likely be with her. It's been a while for me, but I'm back to enjoy watching Donna go down the blaze of glory. Same here, Dave. It's been a while. I just came back too. Had to get away. There was too much drama. Wouldn't it look good if they could say Donna has international supporters? Friends and family in the first two rows, paid actors from the local acting school. Yep. I would have said, you need to pay me for sitting here. No, I would have sat there. Listen, if I was able to go, I would have sat beside Harvey. I would have sat there and kept mental notes of every single thing he did. He needs dental work bad, but he has plenty of money to pay for his own, and some reason chosen it's not to. I'm glad to be back too, Dave. I've missed yous all. We'll get back to DeCoste ripping Wendi a new one.
You to reconsider.
He was very upset and yes, wanted me to reconsider, but
In that phone call, he's begging you to reconsider. Please don't leave. Please don't break up our family, right?
he was very upset, yes.
And he was heartbroken. I mean, upset indicates that there was anger. What he was heartbroken, right?
That I decided to divorce him after telling him I would, yes.
Despite being at NYU for a presentation, he rushes home. He gets on the next flight, right?
I honestly don't remember if he got on the next flight, but he did come home quickly.
2:30, he finds out in New York. By 11 p.m., he's walking in the door to your old house at Trescott Drive, right?
I don't know.
But you do know that when he walks in the house, what he finds. You know that, right?
Yes, I left him the papers.
You left the divorce papers on the bed, right?
Yes.
Half the furniture was gone.
No, Black Eagle, this is Katie Meg Benoit's lawyer, DeCoste. He was good. I enjoyed this. Oh, and he was great to watch. Is eyebrows that high? Contempt of court. She don't know what contempt of court means.
Half the furniture was not gone.
A good amount of his stuff was gone.
Nothing of his was gone.
The boys' stuff was gone, right?
Some of the boys' things were gone. I'd taken enough so that I had for the boys, but no,
You were gone,
I was gone. Yes.
and so were his boys.
His boys were not gone. He saw them the next day, and they would not have been awake if he's coming home at 11 p.m.
Let's stay on topic here.
I'd
When
love
he
to stay on
walks in the
topic.
when he walks
Oh,
in the
I just
door,
want to
the
smuck
boys
her.
are not in the house, right?
Correct.
And you did not tell Professor Markel where you were taking the boys. He may have seen them the next day, but you did not let him know where you were going to be staying with his boys.
With our boys? Yes.
So you agree with me that they're also his.
She
Of
did.
course they're his.
And he should be entitled to know where his wife is taking his children.
Absolutely.
That's not all you took, is it?
Excuse me?
You two had a joint checking account at Schwab, right?
We did.
And you went into that account before you dropped the bomb, and you took out.
I'm trying to remember because Ruth did write something about that in her book. I'm trying to remember. No, it wasn't the next day. Or did he go to the preschool the next day and seen them there? Because she wouldn't let him come to the house. She wouldn't let him come to the house, and Ruth, I don't know if it was Ruth and Phil, but I know it was Ruth that flew from Toronto to there to be with him. And Ruth wrote about the state of the house. I'll get that answer for you, Armand. I'll have to go through her book tonight and get that. She's ruthless. He was gone for 2 days and she waited until it was time for his presentation and she told him she was leaving with the boys. Yep. Oh, Michelle, she is smug. You just want to smuck it right off of her face.
Half of that account, right?
Correct.
Roughly $350,000.
Half, yes. Of our joint account.
$350,000.
I don't remember the amount, but yes.
You know that it was in the hundreds of thousands.
I really don't remember the amount, sir.
Is it that insignificant of a sum to you that you
I'm
don't
not saying
remember?
it's an insignificant sum. I'm saying I can't attest to the amount that was there.
I'm going to tone it down. You were unhappy in the marriage, right?
That's why I got divorced, yes.
And it happens. Marriages fall apart, right?
Yes.
But you complained constantly about it, didn't you?
No, I don't think I complained constantly.
To anyone that would listen.
No, that's not true.
You agree with me that you complained to the one person that would actually do something about it.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Your big brother, Charles Adelson, you complained to him about how bad Professor Markel was and how much you hated him and didn't want to be in a marriage with him.
I definitely talked to my brother about how unhappy I was in my marriage. If that's the question, then yes.
Let's
Is
talk
that the
about it.
question?
Yes, that is a question. You talked to your brother, Charles Adelson, about how bad your marriage was.
I did, yes.
Let's talk about it. Government asked you about Charles Adelson. He's an intelligent guy, right?
He is smart.
Yeah. He's both book smart and street smart, right?
I would say so.
You would say that he's a talker.
He does like to talk.
He's got the gift of gab, so to speak.
I wouldn't say he has the gift of gab, but he does talk.
He knows what to say in the moment.
I wouldn't say that's true either.
You would say, though,
Oh, I
that he is.
can't stand her.
You were asked questions about, drug purchasing and stuff like that. You'd agree with me that he's also street smart.
I mean, I think he has common sense.
Right?
And that he lives life to a certain extent on both sides of the track. During the day, he's doing periodontal work, whatever that is, crowns, root canals, whatever that is. He's doing that during the day. At night, he's out with friends, he's buying drugs, he's living life on both sides of the tracks.
I don't know about that he's out buying drugs.
Now, let's talk for a second about WhatsApp. And as an aside here for a second, the government asked you the question if you used WhatsApp, right? You remember that?
I remember them asking me, yes.
On the day that Professor Markel was killed, you went in for the interview, right?
I talked to the police.
And you also gave them your phone for them to inspect.
Absolutely.
So the determination of what, if any, WhatsApp was being used, they would have from the download they did that day of your phone.
Sure.
Now, would you be surprised to learn that your brother used WhatsApp?
No.
You would agree with me that WhatsApp, and you explained it well, is end-to-end encryption.
Correct.
In your lay opinion, if you can explain to the jurors, just in case they don't know, what that means.
I know that it's something we use at my work because essentially it has the ability to keep things more private. I also know that nothing's actually private and that anyone who wants to can uncode the messages. So that's what we tell people at our work.
So the thought is with WhatsApp, if I use my phone and I call somebody, the call could be listened to. If I text somebody, it's recordable, right?
I think so.
But with WhatsApp, you can send messages or have phone calls where there's no record of it.
I don't think that's true. I think there is still a record of it.
But the belief and the thought, I'll withdraw that question. Your lay understanding, though, is that the footprint that it leaves is much less than that of normal communications.
I think it's different, but I think it still leaves a digital footprint that's easily uncodable.
If you were to send a WhatsApp message to Ms. Kappelman, it would show that a message was sent, but it would be hard to get what the content of the message is.
I don't think that's true.
All right. Let's talk about your brother's jokes now. You don't deny that he joked about hiring a hitman.
He did.
You don't deny that he repeated this joke.
He did.
And he made this joke right before a hitman murdered Professor Markel.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. He made the joke right before, and I'll leave out the hitman part, Professor Markel was killed.
He made the joke the morning that I talked to him.
Can you think of one person in this world that would actually hire two people to go kill Professor Markel other than your family?
Your Honor.
Ms. Adelson, please address me and answer the
It
question.
calls for an unbelievable amount of speculation. I mean, I'm responsible for coming up with, that's the prosecutor's duty, no, to figure out who's responsible.
Does she think she's so privileged that she can look at the judge and have the judge say what she wants him to say?
You just said a moment ago that you disagree that hitman killed Professor Markel. That's what you said, right? So my question to you is, if you're able to say, well, it wasn't hitman, then who? Tell this jury, who on this planet would have wanted to kill Professor Markel?
I have no idea.
All right. Let's get into that a little bit. But I want to make sure that's clear. This joke is made right before Professor Markel is murdered, right?
The joke was made many times.
It was made right before Professor Markel was murdered. Yes or no?
Yes.
July 18, 2014, you're interviewed and you make a statement saying, I knew this would happen. You said that, right?
I did.
All right. Now I want to talk about your knowledge and your belief on this. You're a smart person, right?
How am I supposed to answer that?
Well, let's go through your resume. You went to Brandeis University, right?
I did.
You graduated magna cum laude.
I did.
If you could explain to the jury what that means.
It means I studied a lot and
Yep.
got good grades.
All right. It means, and to speak, I'm from the Northeast. My Boston accent may give it away. It means you're wicked smart, right?
That's very
You had a
nice.
high
Thank you.
GPA, a very high GPA.
I work hard.
You also went and you got a master's degree from the University of Cambridge.
I did.
You were a Gates Scholar.
I was.
You then go to the University of Miami School of Law, which is a top tier law school, tier 1, right?
Okay.
Right? We're talking about your level of intelligence. You went to the University of Miami Law School, right?
I did, yes.
You also clerked at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, right?
I did.
Now, to get a clerkship out of law school, it's a very difficult thing to do, right?
It's challenging.
You have to have top grades. You have to go through a rigorous selection process, right?
Yes.
You then become a
Right, now
professor
you're embarrassed.
at the Florida State University College of Law, right?
Yes.
You're also a published author. Right.
Now you're just embarrassing me.
Why are you embarrassed that you're a published author?
I don't like talking about myself.
Is it because the
Bullshit.
book that you wrote discredited Tallahassee and spoke ill of it?
The book did not discredit Tallahassee. It wasn't about Tallahassee.
Let's stay on topic and ask a question again with everything that we just went through. You're a smart woman, right?
I am a smart woman.
There's information about this case everywhere. You'd agree with me on that, right?
I've been advised by my lawyer not to read it.
All right. Now, we're not talking about reading stuff. There's podcasts,
Also not to listen.
TV shows,
Also not to watch.
articles.
Don't read.
And so you've made the decision.
Yep.
Now, you're a lawyer yourself too, right?
I am.
And you made the decision, I'm not going to look at any of this stuff.
Correct.
I don't want to know what happened to the father of my 2 children.
Not I don't want to know what happened.
How can you say you love those boys if you don't care who killed the father that they loved?
Exactly.
Of course I care who killed the father that they loved.
Then why won't you look at the stuff?
I've been advised not to.
Are you afraid that when you look at it, you're going to realize that your brother did this?
I am not afraid of that.
Now, of course, you've, and we won't get into privileged communications, but you've spoken to your lawyer about the case.
How are we not getting into privileged communications? Yes, I've spoken to my lawyer about the case.
You're very intelligent. You have one of the top defense attorneys in the country,
Trying.
former federal prosecutor, John Lower, right there in the blue suit, right?
Yes.
He is my attorney.
You're telling me with all of this at your disposal, your intelligence, his experience, and all this information, that you don't care to find out who it is that killed Professor Markel?
This is not that I don't care to find out. My job is to take care of those boys, and that is what I do. I don't see how it helps take care of them to go reading and watching and soaking up all of the horrible information that's out there.
You don't realize that you could be helpful in finally untangling this?
All the horrible information that's out there. The horrible information is that you're guilty? Is that what's horrible? Wendi Adelson? Yep, this is where she gets mad.
To give this jury the truth about what happened to Professor Markel?
I have been nothing but helpful since this started.
To what happened to their son? By you looking at it, you are at the center of all this, but you won't look at anything to help in the process.
I've done nothing but help in this process.
You came here and testified.
I came here and testified. I
You
spoke to
had
the
to
police
be-
for 6 hours without anyone present. I signed over my cell phone, my car, my house, everything, my computer. What else do I have or know that you haven't seen?
You came here because you were subpoenaed and had no choice,
Correct.
right?
This is not fun. I
You've
would not
been-
do this by choice.
You've been inconvenienced.
I've not been inconvenienced.
Professor Markel was shot in the head.
I'm not complaining about being here. This is my duty. I'm here.
We'll get back to you complaining about being here. Do you honestly expect this jury to believe that you haven't confronted your brother about all of this?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you did confront him,
Yes, I do expect them to believe that I did not confront my brother because I didn't.
or maybe you don't need to because you know the truth in this case. You already know it. That he went behind your back, right?
Did not happen.
Just like he has done with past boyfriends. He's done that in the past where he's gone behind your back when you were having problems in a relationship and dealt with it himself.
No.
Is there evidence to this that we don't know? Does anybody think that question right there, that Charlie has went behind her back before and dealt with ex-boyfriends?
Ms. Adelson, you understand that until you expose your brother what he did, that everybody's going to consider you as guilty. You understand that, right?
What is the question that you're asking me?
You understand that until you expose your brother and explain what he did, that he went behind everybody's back.
Right? Why? I can't imagine him coming out with that if he didn't have some kind of information.
That he hired a hitman to murder your ex-husband, you'll remain guilty in the eyes of the world.
I can't speak to the eyes of the world. I can only know that I have done nothing wrong.
Or maybe you are guilty.
I am not guilty.
So a witness in this case, and I'm not going to get into their testimony, but one of the hitmen, the convicted hitman, implicates you. On July 17, 2014, the day before the murder, the morning before, he says that you were walking on Trescott with the two boys, that you walked down the driveway and into the house.
That never happened.
Right, because Professor Markel, I apologize, Professor Markel, he had the kids based on the way that your guys' schedule.
Oh, good point, tennis girl. I'd love to know why Georgia brings up her vomiting at a dinner. At dinner, there's more to the story, and I think Georgia has something. We know Georgia's got something. We know Georgia's got more than something when it comes to Wendi. Because that hot mic moment where she's like, Wendi, Wendi, it's all about Wendi. Wendi, this was your duty. Then why did you need immunity? It's given no matter what, Leah. If the state subpoenas you, it's given. It's not like she could turn it down. It's just part of it. Tennis, one person says she puked on the table and one says she piled. Oh, in the washroom. But didn't Charlie say it was at the table too? I thought Charlie, when he testified, when Georgia was saying, I thought he said it was at the table. Wendi needs to return the family heirloom to Ruth ASAP. It's just so wrong. I have a feeling that she has already sold that. YB, everyone, including her, says she puked on the table in a very nice restaurant. She drank too much, I'm sure. It's just the fact Georgia asks about it every trial. There must be more to the story. I agree. Now, could it be possible that restaurant has cameras? Although we don't need to see it, but could it be possible? She barfed at the table because Charlie told her his true feelings for her. That's my guess. He has some unnatural thing for her. Oh, really? Okay, see, I believe she vomited at the table because Katie probably heard from Sigfredo what Dan looked like. Katie probably told Charlie, and Charlie then related to Wendi, and that made her vomit at the table. That's my theory on it. Somewhere in her testimony, she actually says it was at the table. Yeah, and Charlie said it too. I believe it was in Charlie's trial. She said it. Is this the time she testifies and after her lawyer told her she did horrible? I can't remember that one. Probably because this was Katie's retrial. It might have been the first one. Charlie and Wendi have both said she puked at the table. Yep.
Was on that day, he would have had the children in the morning, and you're going through such a bad divorce, you wouldn't be at his house, right?
I wouldn't be at his house anyway, but not because we were going through a bad divorce. At that time, things were pretty copacetic.
All right, so we're coming back to maybe You do know, or maybe you were involved.
Excuse me? What's the
I-
question that you're asking me?
I'm giving you a header of what we're talking about so that it will ease you in the question, okay? I'm just telling you what the topic that we're on, so we'll get to a question. Now, the government asked you about a time that you met Miss Magbanua. It was actually spring break of March 2014.
And that's what I mean, Michelle. It was supposed to be the celebration dinner. They were celebrating that Danny was gone out of her life. And Charlie, being the one that tells jokes and talks too much or whatever, he probably could not hold in his excitement that he knew how Danny looked in the car, and he relayed it to her. And she just upchucked. Oh, they had to cost a lot. That's what I mean. Where did they get the money for these lawyers?
Right?
I believe so.
You went down to Miami, you stayed with your brother Charles.
I went down to Fort Lauderdale after being in Immokalee and
We-
stayed with my brother.
You then went to Miami Beach to Yardbird and had dinner outside with your boyfriend at the time, or who you were dating, Jeffrey Lacasse. Catherine McBanwell was there, and your brother Charles Adelson, and you all ate outside, right?
We did.
And that's on Miami Beach, not in Fort Lauderdale.
Correct.
Now, just for context, Jeffrey Lacasse, he was also an FSU professor, not at the law school, but an FSU professor. Nice guy, right?
I don't think so now.
Now, you deny, I'm assuming, that on July 13, 2014, you told Jeffrey Lacasse that Charles looked into hiring a hitman. You deny that, or you admit that?
I deny that.
And that you told him that Charles looked into hiring a hitman back in September of 2013,
That never happened.
which would have been months before your brother even met Catherine McBanwell.
I don't remember when they met.
Letting you know the topic we're on, we're talking about you being involved. That same week, earlier in the week, you sent an email. We're talking about the week of the murder now, not spring break, the week of the murder, not Yardbird, the week of the murder. You sent an email to Jeffrey Lacasse saying that you wanted to break up, that you needed space, right?
I did.
Sent him a long email, stay away, we're broken up, right?
I did.
You knew that on July 18, 2014, Jeffrey Lacasse was leaving town to go on a trip, right?
I knew he was leaving at some point that week. I don't remember when.
You knew that he was leaving on the same day of the murder at the same exact time as the murder,
I don't think I did.
11 a.m. on July 18, 2014.
I don't think I knew when he was leaving town.
It's a good way to put the blame onto somebody else. You'd agree on that, right?
I-
If it happened, it would have been a good way to put the blame on somebody else.
I have no idea when he was going to leave town.
Your interview, July 18, 2014, you said, my brother, he joked about hiring a hitman. Perhaps that was you just planting a seed to divert the attention of law enforcement away from you.
It was not.
Let's jump off topic right now and talk about your boys' names. That in the time after the murder, you changed their last names from Markel to Adelson, right?
A year later, yes.
Why?
I was scared
Of what?
of someone coming to attack them.
So it's a year later, you won't look at anything because you don't want to know what's going on in the case. And the thought is, well, they're going to be protected if they have my last name and not Markel, right?
Yes.
Now, years later, arrests are made. It's clear who committed the murder, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera. The Adelson name has been dragged through the mud. Why haven't you continued to protect your boys and changed the name back?
I will be changing. I'm not going to change the name back. I don't think that will help. One day I'll change all of our names.
The government asked you about immunity, so let's get into that. You explained that as an attorney, you understand that when the government gives a subpoena for somebody to testify, that it conveys immunity, right?
That's my understanding. My knowledge of criminal law dates back to 2003 when I took a semester in law school. So forgive me.
Graduated law school, right?
This isn't my area of law.
When you clerked on the 11th Circuit, it was with Judge Jordan, right?
I did immigration appeals.
Yeah, but you still dealt with criminal stuff as well, too.
Very little.
So your understanding, though, is it doesn't mean they can't arrest you. They just can't use what you say here against you later on. So you're protected.
Correct.
And you needed that to testify, right?
It's just given to testify. It's not a question of whether I needed it. It comes with testifying.
You fear being charged by them. So you need to have that protection of
I
your
don't
words.
fear being charged for a
Yep.
crime I didn't commit. No.
Now, y'all had this nice exchange where it was pleasant, but there's actually tension between you and this office, right?
No.
They recently had your brother, Charles Adelson, arrested, and he's in custody, right?
Correct.
For first-degree murder.
Correct.
And there's no tension?
It's very uncomfortable to be here. It's hard to tell where the tension is coming from.
They've discussed your involvement in this case. They insinuated it on the direct examination. There's no tension?
Lots of media insinuates that I did something I didn't do too. I can't feel tension towards every person in the world.
That's funny. I thought you didn't look at anything.
I don't. That's why.
But you know that you know about the media, but you don't know about the media?
I know about the media because it keeps me from employment. It keeps me from lots of things in my life. I'm aware of what's there, but I don't read the minutia so I can sleep at night.
Ms. Adelson, 5 minutes ago, you said you don't look at any of that stuff.
I
Now I
don't
asked you a
look at
question.
it.
Let me finish.
Sure.
5 minutes ago, you say you don't look at any of that stuff. Now I ask you a question, you say you look at stuff.
That's not actually what I said. I said I'm aware that it exists, but I don't read it. I don't listen to it.
Then how do you know that they're bashing you?
You just told me they are.
I did?
Yeah.
How about this? We'll come back to it. You can think up a better answer, okay?
I'm not thinking up an answer. I'm telling you the truth. I'm sorry if you don't want to listen to it.
Oh,
Your
I
basic
can't
understanding
think
of criminal law, though, you know that if the defense gives you a subpoena, you get no immunity.
Correct.
Objection, improper question.
I'm not going beyond that question.
All right, that's the only question you can ask on that.
If I give you a subpoena, you don't get immunity, right?
Correct.
Let's talk about your parents. The government asked you about your mother and father, Donna and Harvey, right? The government could do the same and subpoena them so that this jury can watch them get questioned, not nicely how Ms. Kappelman questioned you, but to be cross-examined by me.
Objection, improper question.
I'm going to sustain that. Ask a different question.
Are your parents here in Tallahassee right now?
No.
Are they back in Miami?
Yes.
Do they have any plans of coming here this week or next?
I don't think so.
No.
Do you know if this was a son-in-law that, yeah, they had a bit of back and forth, things like that, but they really cared for him as they'd like to pretend they did, would they not be at all these trials supporting the Markels? Being there because of the boys, like a representative for the Adelson family, standing strong with the Markels. Like, are we the only ones that see that as very, very, very bad? Wendi and Charlie blink as much as a possessed doll. Is Wendi a cyclone from Battlestar Galactica?
Your family dynamic. It is your mother and father, Harvey and Donna. There's you, you're the youngest, Charles, and then the oldest, Robert. Right?
Correct.
And he's a doctor up in New York.
Oh,
Now,
good
the
call.
government asked you about the relationship, and you're like, we don't talk much. It's actually much deeper than that with Robert, isn't it?
We don't talk
At all.
at all.
And the reason is because your parents were so difficult about the woman that is now his wife.
That is not the reason why we don't talk.
I'm not talking about the reason why you don't talk. Let me clarify it. The reason why your parents don't talk to him.
That's not the reason why they don't talk with him.
Are you saying to this jury that there wasn't a problem where they outright objected to his marriage of a woman that was not of the Jewish faith?
That was initially what happened. And then there was actually a beautiful reconciliation, and they're very happy about the marriage.
Robert and his
Bullshit. I just call it bullshit. Hey, where? Harvey thinks it's a great laugh looking at a new photo of him in court. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Mocking? To me, that was mocking. You would think that Donna would have paid for the best acting coaches and that Wendi could at least pretend to have empathy. Harvey looks like a deranged creeper you avoid at the public library in the new photo. That is unbelievable. Again, you didn't do this. In their words, you didn't do this. Acting like that in front of cameras, disrespecting Danny, the Markels, that was very disrespectful. He just showed how hostile he is, yes. I zoomed in and I swear he looked demonic. Oh my God. I should. Are they having the same Zoom through the whole trial, or do they change it every single time? Wearing a members only jacket.
His wife, not your family.
Robert and his wife and our family were very happy about Robert's marriage.
So what happens is that Robert is in love with a woman. Your parents object. He breaks up with her and then dates a Jewish woman, right?
And then they got married and divorced, and then he got back together with the person he wanted to be married to. Yes.
With his true love.
Yes.
But there was a lot of tension in your family because of your family's involvement in the kids' marriages, right?
Yes.
Let's talk briefly about your children. The government had asked you, and then the topic of the Jewish faith, keeping kosher. You mentioned a bat mitzvah at one point in time. You're currently planning a bat mitzvah for your oldest, right?
No, it already happened.
Okay, now that is a very, Christopher, I'm obviously not Jewish, but my understanding is that it is a very, very important thing in the Jewish faith.
It's a very important milestone.
And for those that are very conservative in the Jewish
if you're talking about the court feed, I think it's Court TV. Yeah, usually I use Court TV, but Warflare was saying they were on the Zoom, and I'm interested in the view from the Zoom. Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. So not only do we have to watch for Donna showing so much on her face, I now think that Harvey's going to be theatrical also. Yes, Court TV will carry the jury selection. They did for Charlie's trial.
Jewish faith, those that keep kosher, so to speak, it's even bigger.
I don't know that it's more important to one segment of Judaism over another, but it's an important coming of age ceremony.
It's where a boy becomes a man. Did you invite Dan Markel's parents, the kids' grandparents?
I did.
You invited them?
I invited them, yes.
When was the last time they saw face-to-face their grandchildren?
April 20th,
Of this year?
just now.
I'm sorry. Hello, Wesley. How are you?
And you agree with me that it had been years since 2016, since the last time they had seen them.
The visit stopped when they threatened to put my children in foster care, yes, but up
Wait,
until that
Michelle.
point, they did have visits.
But you got no problem letting them see your brother Charles, right?
Gotcha.
I'm sorry?
You have no problem letting them hang out with your brother Charles, who's now sitting in custody for first-degree murder.
Oh, they can't see him now, can they?
No, they can't, but I'll ask the questions. For years, They weren't able to see their grandchildren despite their pleading to you to see them. But you let them, let me finish, but you let them hang out with your murdering brother, right?
The children were permitted to see their grandparents. I cooked for them. We had play dates. They had sleepovers. When a letter surfaced that they were trying to have my children placed in foster care, the visits stopped. My brother never threatened to put my children in foster care, and if he had, the visits would have stopped with him too.
You say you love your boys.
I do say I love
He
my
didn't
children.
threaten to put them in foster
Don't care
care.
about the father that they love. What
I
happened?
never said that I don't care about the father that they
Then
love.
look at some of the discovery and help figure it out.
Excuse me?
Then look at some of the evidence and help figure it out so that more lives aren't ruined by this.
I seem to not
Mr.
understand.
Dragosi, you need to ask a question now. You're making statements now. You need to ask a question.
Understood, Your Honor. If I could have one brief second to check with co-counsel.
Excuse me? Oh, she's pissed. She's not happy. If only I had a Xanax right now.
Ms. Adelson, you started this by saying that this is all about you. It started with you because of this marriage, right?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you had tried to say that, but I don't agree.
Thanks,
Ms.
Wesley.
Adelson, I'm going to make one final attempt through questions to implore you. You understand that you can't protect your brother Charles, who's going through this case, and protect yourself at the same time. You understand that, right?
I'm here to share the truth with you. I don't know how to answer the question.
Then please end the madness and share the truth. Will you please share the truth with this jury?
I've been sharing the truth since I walked in here. I've done nothing but share the truth.
You know what happened here, despite your claims to the jury that you haven't looked at anything, you haven't discussed with anybody, and you haven't confronted your brother. You know what happened here, right?
I do not know what happened here, and if I did, I would have shared it with the police 8 years ago.
You know that your brother went behind your back, don't you?
I do not.
Like he always does. This is something that he has always done, isn't it?
Not.
You found out after that your brother had done this and gone behind your back. That's why you were thrown up at that dinner, right?
No, it's not.
You know that it didn't involve Katie either, right?
I don't know anything about.
If you're not going to say all of that and finally give the truth, why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty?
Because I'm not guilty.
One brief moment. I got nothing further.
Redirect.
So Adelson, you were asked about the reason why you stopped contact for a period of time between your ex-husband's parents and your children.
Yes.
And you referenced a letter that you characterized as the grandparents threatening to put the children into foster care. Is that an email that was sent from the Markels to my office?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to, in the event that you and the people that care for these children, who at the time were very young, were arrested, that the grandparents wanted to make sure, because they live in Canada, right?
They do.
They wanted to make sure that a specific organization could be contacted to care for the children, so that someone was there to care for them until a relative could get there.
I don't
Right.
remember the bit about a relative getting there.
Tennis Girl says, how is it Wendi always had her own attorney, but the others were sharing, and who's paying for hers? I don't think Harvey's paying for it. Unless they all thought they were going to come after Wendi first, then I could see that. I think Wendi had everything planned to a T to protect herself. I don't see that Harvey is paying for. I think she had that planned, Tennis Girl. Oh, that would be hilarious if she wore this dress. That would be hilarious. Yeah. Well, your brother never told anyone he was that he was double extorted, right? It's like there's an ancient demon under Wendy's skin, very wishmaster. I agree there. I bet you it can. Maybe that's why all the men just fall for her. Maybe. She'll be getting a deal off Laurel with saucy extras. Yeah, I kind of think so there too. Dan Markel's life savings paid for Wendy's attorney. And the heirloom ring. I still think she sold that. I think that's gone.
Well, they weren't just going to leave them in foster care, right?
I don't know.
Okay. But the specific nature of the email, you will agree, was in the event that there's some kind of mass arrest, because they don't know who's getting ready to go to jail next, right? I mean, they're not privy to the investigation any more than you are, right? Law enforcement investigations, they're secret.
Sure.
Okay. And their concern, would you agree the concern ultimately in the email was for the care of the children?
The concern was to make sure the children were under good care, but as their mother, I know they're always under good care with me.
Right, but
and there's no
the
need for foster
email
care.
contemplated you not being available to care for them.
That's not possible.
Because it's not possible for you to get arrested.
Correct, because I've done nothing wrong and I believe in our justice system.
Okay, well, just wanted to clarify the nature of that. In this case, you were asked about, why aren't your parents coming to testify? You, as you mentioned, gave a police interview in this case, right?
Correct.
And consented to the search of your phone, etc. You gave testimony in this case, right?
Yes.
All right, and your parents did not, correct?
They did not give testimony.
They have not testified. They
They've
have
not
not
been
given a
asked to
police.
come testify, but they would if they were asked.
Okay.
I
And
love
have
that.
they given any police interviews?
I love when Georgia goes, because she wants to say something, but she just doesn't go there.
Would have, but the police never contacted them.
The police did contact them, didn't they? And they refused.
No.
Are they represented by counsel?
They are represented by counsel.
And they'll come testify if we want them to.
If they are under state subpoena, just like I was, they would come testify.
All right. And do you know what they would testify to?
They would testify to whatever they know.
And do you know what they know?
I have no idea what they know.
Okay. They've never told you?
No.
You've never asked them?
No.
Because you never had any conversations with them about this murder?
I've been advised by my counsel not to.
All right. So nobody, including your brother Charlie, has admitted or denied to you.
Do you think there's emails? Do you think there's any hard copy of something showing that she did have conversations with her family after the murder about the murder? I bet they wouldn't try fleeing to Vietnam. Does anybody think, because now every time I hear questions that Georgia asks, I'm always wondering if she knows the answer to it. Tenton says every from Georgia is a note to bring up that point in Wendy's prosecution. She is saving all those ace cards. Absolutely. Georgia's the bomb. Absolutely. But I always wonder if there's evidence to what Georgia's asking. Georgia's voice is welcoming and sincere, whereas Wendy's voice is nervous and mean-sounding. I definitely think Georgia has things she hasn't disclosed because they pertain directly to Wendi. Yeah. The closest thing is the text Donna sent about them protecting her and she is not in trouble. That's all we know of, though, John. Do you think that there is more?
Any involvement in the murder, one way or the other.
Correct.
Same with your parents.
Correct.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, I hope there
Are
is too.
subject to recall?
No, sir, she's free to go about her business.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you. All right, let's put Ms. Rodriguez back on the stand and
Oh, I cannot stand her. Warflare says, can't wait till they go through the police interview with her at Wendy's trial. She won't be smug like this. Oh, can we have Wendy's trial tomorrow? Please. So I'm going to go and see if we can find the Charlie one. I don't just want a clip of it. I want... Leah, Melody Ferris did the same thing. Yes. We were talking about that last night, Wesley. Do you think that they dress Donna like Melody was dressed? Do you think they try to portray that? Oh, 100%. She'll pull out everything. Her fake tears, like in the interview. She'll have a mountain of Kleenex. Yeah, you think they're going to pull the Melody Ferris look. And so what I've been saying, Wesley, is they could do that. But here's the thing. Once they see the bump video and they hear all the calls and they read the emails, I think that's going to anger the jury that they tried to deceive them with like the clothing and the look. I think you put her in something that she probably would have wore, say, close to, well, obviously not what she was wearing in the bump, but something similar to that. I say don't go too far off that, because you're only going to make the jury angry that you're trying to deceive them. That's just my opinion.
Everyone can be seated.
This one here is Wendi at Charlie's trial. Let's see the difference from when she was, Katie's retrial.
State, please call your next witness.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
Oh my God. She could wear a nun's habit.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may be seated.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
Are you an attorney?
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that subpoena confers
Probably.
use and derivative use immunity to, so nothing you say can be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
Okay. That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Did you know Daniel Markel?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
When did you meet Mr. Markel?
We met in the fall of...
Yep, it was this just before here, because in the phone call, he was laughing and joking about it. He said he was checking out the blonde or whatever, and Rashbaum said, "That's your sister. Donna will have a shawl." Oh boy. Well, tomorrow during jury selection, will tell us exactly how she's going to dress. Charlie looks very strange during this. He looks towards his sister. The looks towards his sister are very flowers in the attic. Yeah. Now, if your brother, if you were on the stand and your brother was the defendant, no matter what the charges, no matter what, could you be like her and hardly ever give your brother a look? Like, she hardly looks at him. When she's taking a sip of water, you can see her side eye it.
Of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
We met in Washington, D.C. He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
When did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until I think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami. Mm-hmm. He did not get the job at University of Miami, and so we...
And why, Wendi? Why did Danny not get the job in Miami? Danny actually did get the job. They would not hire you. So Danny did not take the job. Same way you got your job at FSU. Danny got you the job.
Moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
And where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living on Trescott Drive at that time?
When we were married, we lived, I think we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008, we moved to Trescott Drive.
And is that the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
All right, at the time he was killed, you two had children together, yeah?
Wouldn't you be? If you were Charlie, would you not be worried at this moment This is the same person that threw you under the bus in the interview. God only knows you'd be thinking, God only knows what's going to come out of her mouth. She calls Dan Danny to make her appear kinder. Yep. Wendi Adelson is an anagram for We Lie Dan's Sons. Thank you so much, Wesley. Thank you for all you do. Keep up the good work. I'm glad I found you. I'm glad you found us too, Wesley. Thank you so much.
Us?
Yes,
And how many children did you have?
we have 2 children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
When did you separate from Professor Markel?
In the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation the two of you having differing views on how to raise your kids as far as within the Jewish faith?
I mean, it was a small part, but it was part of it.
Okay, that seemed to be something that came up a lot in your communication, so that's why I ask about it. What was the difference of opinion on that?
I mean, when we first met and started dating, Danny wasn't as observant or as religious as he became over time. And so the difference in our perspective on raising kids was about dietary choices and
Hello, my crazy Nan. Hi, how are you? I hope you are well, and it's good to see you. It's great to see you too.
attendance at synagogue, things like that.
So in general, he wanted to raise the children more strictly in terms of the faith than you.
That is correct.
Did you move out of the marital home while Mr. Markel was away on a business trip?
I did, yes.
All right. And did he know that you were moving out when he left for the business trip?
No, he did not.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I rented a home in Tallahassee.
Where was that? Do you remember the address?
Aqua Ridge Way.
3303 sound right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was the custody arrangement once you moved out of the marital home?
I mean, in the beginning, until we had a formal custody arrangement, we were just finding ways to share custody. I remember that first weekend his parents came, so I made sure he had the children all weekend while his parents were visiting from Canada. But eventually we had a 50-50 shared custody arrangement.
All right. And do you remember exactly what that looked like? Was it week on, week off, or something more complicated?
It was something more complicated. In the summertime, it was week on, week off. During the weeks, it was I think what they called like a 2-2 split, with Wednesday night being an overnight and then the weekends being every other weekend.
All right, but roughly 50-50.
50-50, but that was the split.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 56.
It
I
comes
had a chance to take a look at this before, but if you'll just kind of thumb through it and tell me if you recognize it.
Sure.
The binder. Look at him smirking because she's looking through it slowly. He's getting a kick out of that. Good night, all. Have an early morning flight, and we'll have to finish watching. Good night, Wesley. And again, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Charlie looks like he really misses his sister, and it's just so happy to see her again.
Do you recognize the exhibit?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And is it fair to say this was a contentious litigation process that you had with your ex?
It was.
And I want to ask you about a specific filing in there. It's on begins on page 43. And it's in reference to a filing on January 14th of 2013 where you were looking to relocate with the minor children. Do you recall that particular filing?
I recall the filing. You said 43. I'm not sure oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. On the bottom, there should be page numbers for you.
Yes.
Can you count to 43, Wendi?
Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and that's the filing in reference to your motion for relocation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you file this motion with the intent to not be successful?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
It's been suggested that you never thought that was going to be successful. Did you?
I thought there was a small chance that it would be successful, but not very likely, no.
Okay. And weren't you thinking, well, maybe Danny would be happy working somewhere else because he's mentioned applying elsewhere, so maybe he'll allow the relocation? Were you thinking that?
He and I talked about the relocation. So when we talked about it, he thought, well, if I can live nearby.
Sorry, guys. My favorite Canadian is back. Hi, friends. Hey, Jane, welcome back. I'm back.
In Miami, that might work. And then I could commute to FSU. I didn't mean for him to leave FSU, but he wanted to leave FSU at some point. So that was just a matter of time.
So you thought it might be successful?
Sure. I mean, I thought it was possible, but not likely.
All right. And page 46 of that document, paragraph E, references the job offer. The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who is the close family in South Florida?
The close family would have been my mom and my dad and my brother.
And which brother is that?
My brother that's here today.
Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Donna.
Donna Adelson?
Yes, that's her name.
What about your dad?
My dad's name is Harvey.
Who knows?
And where did Donna and Harvey live back in the time frame between 2012 and 2016?
They lived at the home I grew up in Coral Springs.
And how far do they live away from you currently as we sit here today?
Currently, depends on Miami traffic, but anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour.
Right. And what kind of a relationship do you have with your parents as we sit here today?
I have a good relationship with my parents.
And has that always been the case?
I would say so.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom has with your boys?
I think it's very loving. I think she's a very dedicated grandmother.
She spends a lot of time with them, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And when they were little and you first moved there after Danny's death, how much time was she spending with them?
When I moved there after Danny's death in 2014.
How much time was your mom spending with the boys?
I mean, we were all living together.
I'm sorry, guys. When she goes, she did, yeah. When she talks in that tone, I just want to reach through and grab her. That whiny tone that she does, oh my God, it drives me up the wall.
Together at that point. So, I mean, we were spending every day together.
How were your parents employed? Are they retired now?
They're retired now.
What are they retired from?
My dad was a dentist and my mom.
Don't tell me I was muted. Are you yelling at me, Jane, because I was muted? Told you it was going to happen. When she makes that whiny voice and says, she did, yeah. I want to reach through the screen and just do this. It annoys me. It drives me up the wall when she does that. Here comes the Fargo accent. Does she think it makes her sound innocent and simple? It just sounds phony and condescending the way you would talk to a child, right? Donna, fake, shaky, whiny voice is going to get me. I just know. Yeah. That voice is, I cannot handle it when she does it. Oh.
Used to coordinate, kind of be like an office administrator at his practice.
And did she write the checks at the practice, paychecks?
Yes. She handled all the bookkeeping.
What was the name of the practice?
The name changed over the years, but probably the name when they retired was the Adelson Institute.
And were your parents wealthy at the time that your husband was murdered?
I mean, my parents worked their whole lives to support us, right? So I think the business did well for a period of time.
About $2 million in profit each year between 2013 and 2016, sound right?
They never talked to me about money, so I have no idea how much the business made at any given.
So between 2013 and 2016, Georgia just literally said the Adelson Institute 2.3 million a year in profits. And they threw this all away? Oh my God. In profits. Jesus Christ, what was he charging for dentist work?
Point.
Did you discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about the results of the relocation when that petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce status?
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
What about your brother? Did he take an interest in the ins and outs of your divorce?
No, not really.
Did he need to protect you from Dan Markel?
No, I mean, I don't think I need protection.
Were you physically in danger from Dan Markel?
Bloody hell. I would like to see how many customers or how many patients a year they had for it to be the profit of 2.3 million a year. Bloody hell. And there was tons of cash, only jobs that filled the safe, right? Holy, these people were rolling in dough. Wow. Remember, it's not a dental surgery. It's a whole institute. That's what's on the book. Yeah, right, John? That's what's on the books. See, and this is why I say there's a good chance if they can't get Harvey on murder, that they'll go after him for tax evasion. That profit is after they covered Charlie's malpractice suits too. Yes. Wow. And instead of helping poor people, they exploited them. So many very wealthy people here in South Florida, so they were probably charging double price for dental work, and or Donna was cooking the books big time. Yeah, there's some shady hiding money somewhere. Look at that arrogant. Even with her eyes closed, you can see the arrogance on her face. Oh, can't stand her.
No, I wasn't in danger.
Did the litigation revolving around the divorce and the subsequent issues that arose, did that impact your family back in South Florida?
I mean, only to the extent that I think they felt bad for what I was going through, but
want to show you an exhibit that I've marked as State's Exhibit 59. Sorry, 57, Your Honor. I've seen this one before as well. Does that one look familiar?
I don't remember it, to be honest. It's from 10 years ago.
Take a moment to look through it.
Sure.
When you're done, I'll let opposing counsel take a look at it, but go ahead and let us know when you're done reviewing it.
I always wondered if she was actually reading it or if she was looking at it going, oh, this don't look good. Oh, this don't look good. How am I going to talk around this? Getting a little hot under the collar there, Chuckles. So if we, but if they change the way Donna's sitting, we won't get a view of Harvey that much unless cameras zoom there. Yes, they have. Yep. Although Katie is in Wakulla. I wonder why they didn't put Katie in Leon County also. Yep. Same as he did well.
Okay.
Thank you, Sue. Right. Probably did.
All right, are those emails between you and your mother?
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me. No?
Okay, mostly all from your mom.
Yeah.
I love how she put in there. She was asked, are these emails from your mother? Yes. Wendi answers, I don't think I responded. Hello, Brooklyn. Anybody has any clue how much implants for a full mouth cost these days? I don't, sorry. Notice how easy Rashi goes at Wendi when it's his turn? Mm-hmm. I think he was told by Donna. I think Rashi was told by Donna, protect her. Because that looked like what he was doing. The Adlid sons. Hundreds of thousands, really? Wow.
Okay, and the email address says, I think it's something like Wendi Harvey. Can you tell from the content that it's your mom typing rather than your dad?
Yeah, the email's Donna Harvey, my two parents' names. So they've been married over 50 years, so they have a joint email address. So it's from both of them.
Okay, so what I want to draw your attention to is page 2 of that exhibit, that first paragraph there above the word response. Did you have an opportunity to read that?
I read it real fast,
Kind of
but
scanned.
I can read it.
And what I want to draw your attention to is specifically the part that reads, your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with the children. Did you?
Are you objecting, Mr. Rauschenberg?
I just didn't hear it get admitted into evidence.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move this exhibit into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's 57.
Is admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that paragraph, isn't that paragraph going into detail about how the issues surrounding your divorce and litigation is financially impacting in a negative way your parents' business?
That's what my mom says here, yes.
Okay, and it also says, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. So this is an argument that your mom is proposing, right, to help you, give you an idea of what might persuade the courts to allow the relocation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's what she was doing, yes.
Okay, and she's indicating that both your parents as well as your brother have suffered financially as a result of you not being able to relocate.
Yes.
Okay. And on page, do you have page numbers in the bottom right corner of your exhibit?
I have them in the top so I can see.
Okay, so well, let me look. Give me a moment.
I still laugh at that. Donna's, Harvey's, and Charlie's income was taking a hit due to her not being able to relocate. What? Because they got to keep going up to Tallahassee? Is she not capable of driving? Oh, I can't imagine a jury hearing that and thinking, oh, that makes sense.
So it'll be the second email in your packet, page 1 of 3.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I see that page.
Okay, and there's a rest of your life highlighted or underlined in the center and in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, right before that, it reads, however, the rest of your life and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You need to be a good actress you can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Who's Jibbers?
Jibbers, she's referring to Danny.
And was Jibbers a name he went by or just something you called him behind his back?
Jibbers was a silly nickname that I gave him during the divorce proceedings when he was being pretty scary and threatening, and it kind of made me feel less scared of him.
Okay, so not something you called him to his face.
No.
But that was a word that was only used to describe him.
Yes, it was a nickname.
Okay. So in this, again, your mom is referencing how everyone's life is being affected by this relocation, including your brother, Charlie. Do you agree with that?
That is what she said, yes.
All right. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
Brooklyn.
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life?
Right, Jane.
Maybe, yeah.
See,
Did
yes
she
or
have
no,
an interest
dumbass?
in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were
I
single?
think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Okay.
What mother would be disappointed that their daughter wasn't a slut? She was disappointed because She wanted you to be a slut? Oh, Lord. Jibbers was their code name so they could slug on Dan in front of his sons. Absolutely. Wendi must have been heavily sedated during this performance versus the other trial when she was pure demon. I think she had more coaching for Charlie's, yeah. Wendi has a shtick, yeah. It just bugs me, some of the things she says. I think she was more disappointed that I wasn't dating more. So your mom wanted you to be festive? What mom? Oh, I don't get it. This family.
For example, isn't it true that she would like not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to drive before I had the boys, but they were young and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
So what would that look like if you were going to take a trip to South Florida? Would they come up here and get you, or?
No, sometimes I would go myself with the kids, but I was breastfeeding both of them. So it usually looked like me breastfeeding a child while I entertained the other in the Okahumpka rest stop. So it was a lot. It was helpful to have some backup.
All right. And so that time frame you'd be referencing is like the 2013 time frame? Because not around the time of Danny's death, you wouldn't have still been breastfeeding, would you?
If Lincoln was...
I love that part because she's trying to be all cutesy and story and explain why her parents would drive and blah, blah, blah. The boys were 3 and 4. You weren't breastfeeding. Right? The breastfeeding lie. Oh my God. Wendi actually said in her podcast appearance that Donna was more proud of her graduating with her virginity than her high school grades. Right? Her mother wanted her to get married, a religious boy, and not an outsider. But Dan was too religious. Victoria said Harvey gave Wendi laughing gas for this performance. No, she wasn't, but she got to drop the name of a local rest stop, whatever. Yeah.
3? No, I would have stopped maybe the year before.
Okay.
So maybe 2012, 2013.
Okay. And wasn't it true that around the time of the death, they were still doing this practice where they would prefer to drive you to and from South Florida?
I mean, not every time, but sometimes.
Okay. And would your mom sometimes enlist your brother Charlie to convince you to do certain things in your personal life?
Can't really think of an example of that.
Well, dating Dave was a big one on some of the materials I had.
Yeah, people like Dave.
All right. And your mom really liked Dave.
Yeah, everyone liked Dave, but we were just friends.
Okay. Did she try? So she would try to get Charlie to convince you to date a certain person.
I don't think she was getting Charlie to convince me to date Dave. I think everyone liked Dave.
All right. And would she try to get Charlie to convince you to do certain things as far as your professional life? What jobs to take?
No, I don't think so.
Do that. Would she try to get Charlie to do certain things like advise you on investment decisions, whether or not you were going to buy a house, for example?
I don't think so. I don't remember that. Danny and I made that decision together.
Once you had left Dan and you were living separately, did you look into purchasing a home here in Tallahassee?
I did, yeah.
And did your brother Charlie convince you not to do that?
I don't remember him convincing me not to. The only reason why I didn't was because I was waiting on the money from Danny from the settlement and he didn't pay it, so I couldn't afford the house.
And your mom didn't want you to buy the house, did she?
That's not true. My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have... Strike. Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom, like if she's really upset about something or worked up about something, Is that something that your brother Charlie is going to hear a lot about? Who's going to hear more of it, you or Charlie?
Well, if my mom's upset with me, probably Charlie. And if she's upset with Charlie, probably me.
Okay, so do you get a lot of that? Do you hear a lot about, let's go back. Let's go to before the murder. Did you get a lot of Donna just giving you an earful about what Charlie needs to be doing?
Probably at some point.
What was Charlie doing with his personal life? What did his personal life look like?
At what point?
Before the murder.
I mean, at what period of time before?
All of them. Wasn't it just a revolving door of girlfriends?
Right, but my mom didn't complain to me about that.
She didn't mind that with him.
I don't understand the question.
She didn't mind if he went from girl to girl to girl. That was acceptable.
She didn't really weigh in on it, no.
Who talked to her more, you or Charlie?
Charlie.
A lot more, right?
Yeah.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder, were your parents extremely angry with Dan?
At that point, no. They were in a much better place.
I want to direct your attention to an interview that was conducted on, I think this was your law enforcement interview. So July 18th, 2014. And I'm specifically for court and counsel looking at page 27, lines 11 and 12. And I've got it open to the page, but you can flip around if you need to familiarize yourself.
Sure.
And I'll take that exhibit if you want.
Do you want me to flip through or just look at this one page?
If you'll just look at that one page, well, not that reminder. 27. Let me get to where you are. So page 27 there, lines 11 and 12, and I've got it highlighted for you.
Yes,
Says, Ms. Adelson, my parents are, very angry toward him. Is that true?
Was that
Isn't that
true?
what you said? Your parents were very angry toward Dan.
Can I read the rest of the sentence?
Sure.
So I say, my parents are very angry towards him, but even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father.
And then on page 288.
Ugh. No, they said bad things about gibbers in front of your kids. Remember why you gave him the name? Yes, I've seen George. Charlie was so sure he was winning the case, as Donna is. Donna's sure she's winning the case. I don't understand the question. I'm so simple, right? Thank you so much, Jane, for the super chat. Welcome back, Rochelle. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be back with all of you, with the crew.
8, line 24 through page 289, line 1. And that's going to be, yeah. Didn't you say, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
And that's because he hurt you, right?
And I was saying that in the context of talking to law enforcement for hours and hours and trying to help them figure out who might be responsible.
Right. And who did you tell them might be responsible?
Well, I told them many, many people. But are you asking about this particular moment right here?
You told them your family might be responsible.
Or potentially someone to do with a former student or his current girlfriend. I mentioned lots of people that I thought could be responsible.
Okay. And of the lots of people that could have been responsible, your family was one.
Yep.
Can you imagine, I remember the interview so clearly. She tried to blame Amy Adler. Oh my God.
Because they might have done this thinking it would help you. I mean, that's what happened, right?
So Victoria, the jury selection starts tomorrow. So, and that will be aired because they aired Charlie's. And we're thinking, I know Tennis Girl said something about no court on Friday. It's possible, I haven't heard that yet. So Monday, no matter what, there will be the trial on Monday. And that will be aired. I will not be able to do it live as it's happening because unfortunately I have to work. But I am going to do an evening review every night through the whole trial. I will, no matter what it takes, verdict day, I will be watching that live. I will not be working on verdict day. Nope. If I have to be sick, I'll be sick. I don't know if that's correct about Friday. I just heard that. Totally not sure if that's true. No, I don't. I agree. Could be anything, but I know but he did say when they asked Georgia how much she needed for her case, and she said 6, possibly 7 days. And he said if they could get through jury selection, they could probably start opening statements on Friday, but that could have changed. Awesome. Can't wait to see that trial and your chats. Justice for Dan. Absolutely. It's all about Dan. Yeah, verdict flew. Absolutely. Please be here for the review each night. I'm going to watch Surviving the Survivor for the trial coverage during the day. Joel will be in the court. Yep. And then Joel usually, like I know during the lunch break and things like that, Joel usually came on and spoke about what was going on inside the court. Donna also gave away her commissary, although she might not be going back to Wakala. She does think she's going home. Unbelievable. Her defense. I was afraid of the Latin Kings. Yeah. She does think she's going home. I wish Ruth would testify right after Wendi. Donna would have no chance then. I think they're saving, if at any time Ruth is to testify, I think it's at Wendi's trial. Looks like something is happening with Wendi's testimony. She will either take the 5th or have some immunity. No. So this happened in every trial. The defense subpoenaed her. Every trial, it got kiboshed. We all knew it was going to. It wasn't a big deal at all. We knew it was going to happen. Rashbaum tried it. It doesn't work. So I was not worried about this motion today because I knew they all tried it. They all tried it. I am boycotting. Did you say you heard Georgia say she would do opening on Friday? If so, I would go with that. No, I heard it wasn't Georgia. Georgia said that her full case would take 6 to 7 days. And Judge Everett had said if they could get through jury selection, then they could start the opening statements Friday afternoon. That was the last pretrial hearing that they had. Tenton says Brooklyn, Wendi can take the 5th on defense direct, but when prosecution calls her, she can't because they're giving her immunity. Yeah. Hello, hey Mona, welcome. Wendi will most certainly have a different version, and Donna is completely delusional. Yeah. I'm just wondering what of the stories Wendi changes. Openings are set for Monday. Yeah. But that's what I mean. Judge Everett did say if they could get through jury selection, they would start openings on Friday. But there's a good chance they're going to take Friday off and start Monday. There's a good chance, and that makes sense to do it that way. Oh, well, that is correct thing. Please ignore my comment about possibly no court Friday. I think I misheard that. No, but it would make sense, Tennis Girl. It truly would make sense if that changed and Everett had said they'll take Friday off and start fresh Monday. It would make sense.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your family had your ex-husband killed to try to help you, didn't they?
No, that's completely untrue.
Me too.
And back to the divorce, the petition where Danny is responding to your petition for the motion to relocate. Are you familiar with that filing, or do you need to take a look at it?
I need to take a look at it.
All right, it's going to be page 79 through 101, and this is back to our exhibit 56. And again, that was the filing begins on page 79. I'm specifically interested in 82. And in this filing, doesn't Mr. Markel say, quote, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence. So my point is, he's accusing you of theft in this paragraph.
Those are the words that are here, yes.
Yeah, and he's very adamantly objecting to your relocation, right? On page 82, it says the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate is so that she can be closer to her parents. Was being near your parents the sole reason that you wanted to relocate?
No.
It wasn't the sole reason stated in your petition?
It wasn't the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true. So just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding on this issue of trying to get you down there?
He would have had no idea.
He wouldn't have been, that wouldn't have been known to him?
I don't think so.
But he was accusing you in these pleadings of all kind of stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but hiding financial assets, failing to disclose things, kidnapping his kids in the middle of, his business trip, all those sorts of things, right?
Yes, he said lots of things.
All right, and you said a lot of things too. There's filings going both ways that are pretty venomous. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that.
Yours were pleasant.
I'm not saying divorce filings are pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Okay. Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the filing in which Dan Markel is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff?
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markel is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids?
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. My mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay, so he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No,
and
he
that's
asked for her to
evidence
babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread, and so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay, and when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation, as far as bribing, remember that? Converting the Christian children to Christianity, remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay. What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
I don't know. Do you have something I can see?
States Exhibit 57. And it is page 1. Page 1, paragraph 2.
So you want me to read what she said here?
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part
of the divorce for my mom?
Yes.
It says here that for her, it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but they
Did
felt
they
like a very
result
long
in a
time.
resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it. So I don't remember talking with her about it or.
Did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I
Okay.
don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
Yes.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Okay. Is it page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see. Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
But in all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive. Yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by my mom, but in the pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay, well, it's
You want me
not in there, but you can get back to me
Well,
with it.
it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor. The comment, she's not testifying.
Hold on, please approve.
It's not in there. It's not in there. Oh, you just want to smack her. I think so. I think because he thinks Wendi got one up on Georgia. It's not in there.
to find that, or could you give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate. It might be under the initial divorce proceedings.
Okay.
It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay, did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here.
Oh,
I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page 176 in that exhibit in front of you? I think it's highlighted for you.
hello, be kind, rewind. It's just the words used. Charlie's laughing at them coming up in a serious court hearing. Yes, Wendi simultaneously can't remember any of the insults Donna said in the file, but she knows exactly what's in there about anything that is advantageous to herself. Very selective memory. Yep.
Did you describe yourself in that filing as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I don't see it. You said it was highlighted, but there's nothing highlighted.
Okay. 176. My page. I didn't highlight it for you. Okay. Just a moment.
I see the word stuck. I found it.
Okay. So did you describe, at least in one occasion, being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
So it says, the husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions. And the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
All right.
Meaning,
and had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
no, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
Bullshit.
Okay. Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
I did.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying
And
relocation.
what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm sure
Yeah.
my mom would have said something to him.
All right. So did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markel to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did. And for this, I'm referring back to those emails.
I love that, Georgia. We did. Wendi testified under oath that her book whining about how bad Hiawassee sucks isn't about herself. So I'm writing a parody where Lily details the murder of her husband. Oh my God, I want to read that. Because I'm telling you, you could not know nothing about this trial, nothing whatsoever, and have read that book, then watch this trial, and you'd be like, what the hell? First off, please do yourselves a favor. Don't read the book. It's horrible. It's the worst book I have ever read, and I'm not saying it because Wendi wrote it. I'm truly not. It is a bad, bad book. It's horrible.
And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation. I'm on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you were going to
Excited.
potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay, was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right, and the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay, and did you agree with that?
No.
Would that have worked?
I have no idea if it would have worked, but
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So maybe.
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
Because I didn't want to do it.
All right, what about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee? Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay, and specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit.
He didn't teach daily. It was so many days out of the week. So yeah, she didn't want to do it because that meant Dan was still going to be in the boys' lives. She was still going to have to ask, as he would have to ask, to do things with the boys. She didn't want that. Plus, she didn't want to go to court and be caught that she lied in the divorce, she stole money. She didn't want any of that. Yeah, I do, Jane. Because I don't want to do it. Shows who's in charge. Yeah. Gotta love it when Georgia catches her in lies. Absolutely.
Let gibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time?
She did, yes.
Okay, and did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Right?
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to Christianity?
I have no idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's emails.
On page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show gibberish.
Oh, is that so funny, Charlie? These emails are going to sink Donna. They're going to sink Donna. Victoria says, interesting how Wendi starts this being so friendly and princess-like, but turns into acting entitled, snippy, and bothered. Yep. Yeah, he's laughing at these emails about dressing the kids up in Nazi uniforms. Oh my God. If the jury is educated in the past, in history, properly educated in it, these emails sink Donna. If the jury are people that don't understand history, never paid attention to history, maybe it won't. Right? But, oh, the laughing, the smirking about those emails drove me nuts the first time around.
That he's all caps and bold not in control. So it just seems like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. And Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened or that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal?
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your mom? Okay. Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markel?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do, is try to negotiate with him behind your back or deal with this situation behind your back?
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats.
No.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff. Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right. And
Actually, correction, Wendi, you didn't just give it. Isom tried to get your phone almost 3 times. As he was getting, well, it was probably about 3 times. As he was about to do it, you would start asking more questions, Wendi, to delay the process of him taking your phone. Finally, he took your phone. You didn't just give it. He tried 3 times and you changed the subject to derail him taking it. But finally he did. Yes, and she deleted stuff. She deleted her whole... If she didn't know a murder was happening, why did she delete all her calendar that day? Oh, unfortunately, didn't download the entire phone after she giggled looking at messages. She deleted her whole calendar. Why would she do it that day?
And around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
It was.
And can you agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit. 59, I believe. You will. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I want to explain what it is.
Officer Gray, I'm calling that number.
Yeah, so I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. I'm Jewish.
And Dan was as well, right?
And Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59.
And Jane, that was the picture that Harvey enhanced the upper region.
One moment.
Yeah, is that like George Santos being Jew-ish?
All right, you may not be able to do this, but states 59, I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people.
Yes, she does.
Are those
Oh,
phone
Julia.
numbers accurate, if you know, for the time
Yes.
frame around the murder?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then you are also familiar with the wiretap that was conducted in this case?
Yes.
And did I provide you a disc labeled disc 107, ask you to review some calls and see if you could authenticate the voices on those calls?
Yes.
All right, and for that, I made you a little spreadsheet, which I've marked as 61. And were you able to initial by each call indicating that the highlighted names are the voices of the people they purport to be.
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I ask moving evidence state 61.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 61 is admitted.
All right, and if we can shift back to, we talked about your divorce being final. Once the divorce was final, weren't there still a lot of filings that went back and forth between both you and Dan Markel?
Yes and no. The divorce was final. We had a final settlement agreement. The agreement was I take my name off the title to the house. He pays me half the value to the house. So for within the first week, I went and took my name off the title to the house, and I waited until October when he was supposed to get back to me. He never paid me the money. And so I called and I asked what happened. That was the deal. And he said, I have compelling reasons. I'm not going to pay you. And so I made one filing, a motion to enforce the settlement agreement because he didn't do it.
Right. So you believe that he owed you money pursuant to the settlement agreement.
He
was in violation of the settlement agreement.
Yes.
And he was of the belief that you had withheld some financial things from your affidavit, and maybe he didn't owe you the money that you had previously agreed on because you had not been honest in the initial disclosures, right?
He accused my attorney of having unclean hands and committing a crime.
Yeah, and assisting you in withholding this money from the disclosures. Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court. That was filed, you may need to refresh your memory, October 31st, 2013. Give you the exhibit 56 and have you take a look at, this is going to be on 338.
Honestly, guys, in my opinion, even if that stop the bar party thing was truthful, even if it was truthful, she knew she wasn't going. But it gave a little thing of, well, I had this planned. She knew she wasn't going because she didn't have it set up for Danny to have the kids that night or to have a sitter. There was nothing. She knew she wouldn't be going because who takes a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old to a stock the bar party? She didn't know, or she had no plan of going. She conveniently left off. She was also accused of unclean hands and committing a crime. Yep. Wendi acts like the killer alien in Mars Attacks that chews her face off. Oh, we could only wish. That's why she deleted her calendar. She had no intentions of going to that Stock the Bar party. Yep. Charlie said to Donna from jail that Wendi left her alibi. If she knew and she had to pick up this bottle for a Stock the Bar party she was going to that evening, Danny probably would have had the kids, right? Or a sitter. There was none of either. You don't take 3- and 4-year-olds to Stock the Bar parties. She had no intention. She knew she wouldn't be going. But Let's make it look good. She tried to cover every angle for herself. She had the invitation. She went and picked up the liquor. Luis Rivera will testify that Wendi and Sigfredo had seen each other before they hit. I don't think he can testify to that, though, Jane, because that would be hearsay. He wasn't there when it happened. I heard kids were invited. What kind of people invite children to a stock the bar party? That would shock me, Julia. That would be insane. Especially 3 and 4-year-old. She said it was in the evening. Okay, even if they were invited. They're little. They need to go to bed at a reasonable time. Yep, his proffer. He saw her and asked how he knew her. Cocktail parties are so much fun for the kiddies. You doubt the party existed. It's best possible. Harvey could have made that invitation, but I thought there was somewhere that the people were asked, and they said that yes, they did have the invitation. Yes, but also Luis, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard, Jane, because I don't. When he said that he saw the boys with Wendi on the street when they got there, type of thing. That wouldn't have been. I don't know. I have to say it when I don't believe that. I just don't.
All right, could you just read the title, the caption of that filing?
Oh, absolutely. And if there's proof to back it up, oh my God, that's brilliant. We don't really know everything they've got on Wendi, but I would love it to be true. Absolutely would.
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
What does it mean to be held in contempt of court?
It means not to be doing what the court has asked you to do.
What can happen to you if you're held in contempt of court?
I don't know, really.
Could you be jailed?
I don't know.
All right. And when was this file? This was you filing it, right? I mean, you're the client.
Right.
You're asking that he be held in contempt. And you don't know what that means?
I mean, at the time I filed, which was 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, refresh your recollection with the document. Goes through
10 years ago does not change what contempt of court means. You could have filed it yesterday, Wendi, and contempt of court would still mean the same thing the following day as it did the day before. Oh. Agreed to the max, Rochelle, even though we don't have to. Right? Oh, valedictorian fuzzy on contempt. And that you think that just because it was 10 years ago. During Wendi's trial, I wonder if anyone who provided therapy for the boys will come forward. Therapists have a duty to report if abuse is present and parental alienation is abuse. Do we think the boys have gotten therapy? I don't know. I don't know. Does anyone know who or does anyone know how common a purse was as a rental car? Did they go out of their way to rent the same car Dan drove to appear more in? Was Dan's the same? Was Dan a Purist? But they would have got a black because Dan's car was black, right? If that was the case. Every lawyer goes through CLE classes every year. I would say they're not in tally. I would say they're not. Accord, black Accord. Thank you, Julie. I was like, that it wasn't a Prius. Looked like Jeff Lacoste's car. Lewis said they just rented whatever was there. Jeff's car was a Prius. Prius were pretty common. The rental agency they got it from was hybrid only. The rental was more like Jeff's car to frame Lacoste. Do you think they actually tried? Do you think they actually tried to? Because I can't see. Charlie would have had, well, or Wendi have told them what type of car to rent. Yeah, Jeff drove us, but it was almost a similar color as Jeff's. Body length, stuff like that. That owl picture. Oh my God. Yeah, the color was similar to Jeff's, and like the body length style was similar to Jeff's. What they didn't think of was Mr. Geiger. They totally didn't think of Mr. Geiger. It's possible she did try to frame Jeff. She was really jerking him around that last 6 weeks. Yes. Right. He said he wasn't told. I think it was a car coincidence. Yeah, I agree. I don't think they literally tried to set up Jeff Lacoste. I think it just worked out timingly. The coincidence worked out and they jumped on it. You do think she tried to frame Jeff? But with the car? Well, we do know, like, she's like, well, what time are you leaving? Things like that. I'm so glad that man decided his gut feeling was to leave earlier than he was supposed to. I'm glad he did that. Maybe try a hit at night or indoors, geniuses. How about if you're driving a car that can be tracked, especially when you live in a state full of toll roads, you just pay the tolls and take that sun pass off? Idiots. Yeah. He had angels looking out for him. Angels. She also tried to get him so angry that he did say he wanted to kick Dan's ass. Yeah. By when Jeff was leaving, his friend said, "Come now," when Jeff expressed his upset state. Yeah. He definitely had angels looking out for him. How about not firing the murder weapons into the floor of the car, right? Like, don't drive with the sun pass. Even Sanford said, if they did not have that sun pass, they wouldn't have been able to track the car because from the bus cameras, all the cameras, they could not get a picture of the plate. The Sun Pass tracked them. Sigfredo was a mess. Lewis at least had some brains. Unfortunately, he trusted his friend too much. Yep. Wendi could have said that she saw Jeff's car drive off. If Wendi would have found Dan, but the neighbors messed up Wendy's plan. You know what, Victoria? Absolutely. I believe Wendi wanted to find him. You couldn't change my mind on that. I've seen police find a car by video on toll roads. It shows plates. It could have still been solved. A lot longer, though, do you not think, Julie? Like, if they didn't, okay. So, if they didn't have Wendi, if Wendi was in the interview, sorry guys, if Wendi was in the interview and she didn't name off her family and her brother and all this, and she was actually upset, and they couldn't really tie a connection to South Florida, I think it would have been a lot harder. Turns out Sig was torn up by Katie's affair, drank and drugged 24/7. Yeah. Whose testimony is everybody looking forward to? Charlie against Donna, Wendi, Jeff, Donna's testifying, Louise. I am looking forward to Donna's testimony. I'm looking forward to Donna. Just got back. For that kind of money, they should have been able to hire Sammy the Bull. Oh, yes, Sammy the Bull TV movie. Yep. Oh my God, I never heard that Wendi wanted to find Dan. That makes sense now. I've always believed that she wanted to be the one to find him. She's that sick in the head. It's the only reason for her to go down Trescott. I would almost bet that she would have been hysterical, all of this. I believe she wanted to be the one to find him. Wendi may have had garage opener to close garage as drove by. That's possible. Oh, yes. Rob's testimony too. Okay. I have to choose two. Rob and Donna. The Lots homes are too far away from the next home, but the neighbors happen to look out the window. For real, they could have hired real hitmen, right? Oh, and I'm sure they could have found them. You don't think she wanted to? See, I can picture her because she said that they were missing their phone calls and they were planning to go for a walk around the school and talk. I don't know. But you could be right. She could have been like, but that would mean she would had to have known it was going to be done in the garage and the garage door was going to be open. Still think she wanted to find him. I think she hated him so much that she wanted to be there when he took his last breath. She's that evil of a human being. Gold medal to the neighbors, silver to Luis Rivera, bronze to Jeff Lacoste. Honorable mention to Charlie and Donna for talking too much during the bump. There you go.
Through 340.
I wish.
Okay, I have it.
Okay.
Yep.
So what was it you were asking for in this motion?
It was what I just mentioned. So basically, I took my name off the title to the house. He never paid. This was asking him to pay.
Cough up the money or be held in contempt?
Yep.
Okay. And what day was
Be
this
right back,
filed?
guys.
This was filed on October 31st, 2013.
All right, so Halloween of 13, and that's the same day that you backed out of the contract to purchase the house in Tallahassee, right?
I don't
You remember
remember what day that was.
Okay. Do you remember that it was your brother, Charlie, that specifically convinced you to back out of that particular house deal?
I don't actually. I don't remember that.
Approach and see if these text messages refresh your recollection. Okay. And you may have to look around for context, but I'm specifically looking at this one.
Okay. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Honestly, I mean, I can read what's here, but I still don't remember.
Don't really
independently.
remember. And after pulling the plug on the house, there were some emails where you were saying you can't answer the phone, you're crying too hard about the house. Like you seem genuinely upset about pulling the plug on the house, but now you don't remember it?
Well, it's been 10 years.
Sure.
So a lot of terrible things have happened since then. It's hard to remember.
Don't recall.
I really liked the house and was excited about it, but it was more than I can afford at the time. That's what I remember is talking with the real estate agent and having her say we'd find another house and it wasn't the right one.
Would you have any reason to dispute that occurred on Halloween of 2013?
No, I probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then a few months later on February 14th of 2014, there was another filing. I want to draw your attention to page 379.
Agreed.
I'm ask you what that document is.
Yep.
Do you want me to read the title of the document?
Yes, please.
Former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions.
Do you remember?
Oh, John, that's amazing. There's some good news in Allison's mom's case. A large paper in SF is going to run a big expose on the case. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, I'm so happy for Allison.
For this filing?
I don't remember this filing, but in anticipation of my testimony today, I refreshed and reread it.
Okay. And he accuses you in this filing of breaching the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets from your financial affidavit?
That is
in
what he
there?
was alleging.
And asked the court to sanction you?
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay. So again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words and lawyer terms, right?
Well, I was filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement, so I don't think that's really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
Okay. And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437, do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement that we just talked about?
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
437.
I'm not familiar with this, but do you want me to read through it?
Could you read the caption aloud, please?
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, an incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
And then if you'll go to page 439.
Can you imagine having all
Do you see a
of this-
paragraph
this
that
whole
begins,
court?
the vast majority of the former husband's motion?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it pulled out.
Wasn't that Ruth's phone that was going off? The frog, wasn't that?
Number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. Yada, yada. He's making false and immaterial statements against you. His pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled.
No, Jane, unfortunately, the dress did not come to me. I don't know what happened to it. Gretchen doesn't know what happened to it. It never arrived. Or I would have been.
Old former husband who cannot move past this disillusion. So it's getting personal. Would you agree with that?
My attorney here is responding to his pleading, which was over the top.
And this is over the top, right?
I don't think so, no.
Then 6 days later, Dan files another motion seeking action against your mother. And that's the one we've already touched on. That's page 441. Is that right?
Be Kind Rewind, I have a theory on this. I have a theory that she has not been worried at all until now. Because she knew the state was not going to arrest them all. She knew they weren't going to do a double trial, anything like that, because of what happened with Sigfredo and Katie. I think now she knows it's her turn next. So all those years, everything, she didn't lose sleep over it. The only person that was happy when Donna's trial got postponed and Rashbaum was kicked off, the only person that was happy about that was Wendi. Because that meant she had almost another year of not worrying. But now that the trial is going forward, I would say we see a more worried Wendi on the stand because she knows it's her turn. Yeah, that's my theory. All these years, she knew that they weren't going to touch her. I think John Laurel played him. I really do. I will say that about Tim. I think he got played. And that's unfortunate.
Page 441.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. Here he's alleging again, more violations of the marital settlement agreement, including communication.
I agree to a point. I think that's why she left and went to Texas. I think she felt watched. I think she felt eyes on her in Miami. And I think that's the reason she went to Texas. Those poor boys living with her now, she is probably a nervous wreck and horribly snappy, probably drinking a lot. Yes, I agree. Yeah, I think it was Laurel also. I think he played Tim like a fiddle. Plus, she hasn't had free childcare in years with Donna in prison. Yeah, but the boys are much older now, right? She don't need childcare anymore. Yep, and the crew is hip to the tricks. There you go.
Between he and the boys, he wasn't happy with how much communication was happening, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, and refusal to provide him access to the kids on their birthdays. So he's complaining about a lot of things associated with this, not just money stuff, it's parenting stuff too, right?
That's right.
And isn't it in this motion that, yes, sir?
Oh, I said that. That's right.
Isn't
Teenagers are a handful, yes. I would say these boys are very subdued. If I had to guess, they're very calm. So much shit has went on in their young lives, so much, that they don't know what's right, they don't know the truth from non-truth. I think they're just very calm children. Afraid, really, maybe. Even on Donna's hot mic call, she said the boys are older now and don't need grandma anymore. Yeah. Now that she doesn't need us to watch the boys. Yeah. Yeah. They did. And I just think that they probably, I would almost say the boys watch every step they make more than she watches every step she makes. It's hard to know your own mind if you live with a controlling parent. Absolutely. And who knows how long these boys have probably been isolated from social media. How, anything like this. We don't know any of that.
in this motion that Dan Markel seeks to enjoin you from allowing your mother from spending time with the kids without supervision?
Can you please show me which page that's on?
450. Do you see a paragraph beginning on 3 specific occasions?
Yes, I do.
Could you read that, please?
8A, on 3 specific occasions in November 2013, the children informed Mr. Markel, Abba, Dad, Grandma says you're stupid. When queried as to why Grandma, the maternal grandmother, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because she says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
And continue, please.
In December 2013,
you don't have to say the name. Yeah. Your child.
My child, the younger son, further stated to Mr. Markel in front of the former wife, Abba, Grandma says she hates you. The children were visiting with their grandparents at that time.
Mr. Markel is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation. Is that what he was alleging about your mom?
That is what he is alleging in this document, yes.
And this was filed in court?
He filed this in court.
On what date?
It will be at the front of the document, right?
Yes, ma'am, page 441.
I've seen that picture.
This was filed on March 26th, 2014.
And this was the filing that never got ruled on, right?
I don't believe there was any ruling on
And
this.
that's because Dan Markel was killed before the hearing, right?
I don't know when it was scheduled for.
It wasn't even scheduled yet.
Okay.
It was waiting to be scheduled when he was killed. Is it fair to say your mom was worried about this motion?
No, my mom never knew about this motion.
Oh, this is my
And as I
favorite
mentioned
part.
before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after filing this motion. So I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother.
I don't believe I
via
did.
email. In fact, you forwarded this motion to 12 different people. Your mom, Jeffrey Lacoste, Renee Griggs, Tova Walsh, Morgan Honeycutt, Gary Cohen, Miguel Edmondson, Trey Hubler, Robert Adelson, Rachel Frank, Jared Reich, and some MEHULNYC@yahoo.com. So if you weren't worried about this, why'd you send it to all these people?
I couldn't really say. It's been a long time.
And then a couple days later, we know what happened.
So this was in March. So a couple days, I filed it, I sent it to people in July when Danny
You
was killed.
sent it, I'm sorry, you sent it a couple days later.
I sent
that email to 12 different people.
In March.
Yes.
Boom. Well, in fact, you sent it to 12 different people. Oh, that shut her up real quick, didn't it? That shut her up real quick. And she thumbs through that. She's doing anything to keep her attention away from looking at her brother. Yep, that was one of my favorite parts. I'm just wondering if it comes up again and she repeats that I didn't send it to her. Yep, the gibbers. She doesn't know how to spell gibbers, but it's in her phone. It's in her phone. They are trying so hard not to look at each other.
Take a brief break. The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room.
Yep. Or the part where she says, well, that's not constitutional. And Judge Everett has to correct her when she leaves.
Everyone can be seated.
Yeah, that was a big one. She'd be stupid to do it again, but...
Ms. Adelson, you may step down for now.
Oh, okay.
We'll resume with the examination of the witness in 5 minutes.
I wonder what Laurel said to her when they walked out over that. Like, why make a stupid lie like that? Why lie like that?
What he was the question I was asking her that Mr. Rashbaum is referencing was about her forwarding something to 12 people, which I didn't, that was not in the exhibit. But he does have a copy of the exhibit now. I did not introduce into evidence the email forwarding. So I think we're on the same page.
Right.
All right. Ms. Adelson, come back in, take the witness stand.
It would have been great if he said, please disregard the comment by Mrs. Adelson about not constitutional. Remember, this is the same person that doesn't understand what contempt of court means.
Also, you can be seated. You also have to let the court reporter get set. She is the woman of the hour. Please bring in the jurors.
Let's hope. Let's hope. Oh. So, okay. If they don't start,
Whoever's phone had the frogs or crickets or whatever that was, turn it off.
that was Roos. So if they don't start opening till the 25th, and Georgia takes, she's thinking 6 days, so takes us to the 1st of September. So we probably wouldn't see Donna testifying till the 2nd of September. Has anybody seen the defense witness list? I have not been able to find it on the docket. Do we know if the defense is going to do an opening statement at the beginning or wait until the defense evidence? It's hard to tell because unless they're clever than Rashbaum, which I think they are, I'll give them that. I don't know. And who does the opening? I would love to know what Dan's sons are doing without Hell Mom around. I honestly don't think, I just, for some reason, I would think that these kids are still very sheltered. They probably know what's going on, but you would be so torn to believe that your mother would do something like this. It would be breaking you in the inside. There's the flying monkey.
Kappelman, you can resume your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Is he an older brother or a younger brother to you?
I'm the youngest of three, so I have two older brothers. They're both older than me.
All right, and he's the middle child, Charlie?
That's right.
All right, and are you closer to Charlie or to the other brother?
I'm closer to Charlie.
How much time were you spending with Charlie back in 2013 and 2014?
Not a lot of time. I was in Tallahassee. He was in South Florida.
Did he work a lot?
He worked a lot, yeah.
Be Kind Rewind says, I don't get the flying monkeys reference I hear. Can someone inform me, please? Okay, so if somebody's a narcissist like Wendi is, and all the people, I can't remember that woman's name, if anybody can remind me of her name, that stand up for them, go to battle for them, all of this. Narcissists, supporters that go after everybody else, they're called flying monkeys. So, like, for example, for myself, my ex, my attacker, was a narcissist. His mother and a couple of his friends, they would try to belittle me and attack me. And so a narcissist supporters are called flying monkeys. But why can't I remember that lady's name? Just like with Allison, she didn't start piecing things together until she was an adult. Yep. Just got back from the gym, was away for 1.4. Glad you are still here. We're still here. We're finishing this up. Thank you, Rochelle. I understand that now about the monkeys. I appreciate that. Oh, you're welcome. So, and I have some flying monkeys here. I'll send some flying monkeys. There we go. And I also have Wendi Adelson in jail clothes. There we go. And we can't forget about Rashi in his rowboat with the Adelson cash. There we go. He's rowing away with the Adelson cash. Thank you, Jane, for becoming a new member. And I'm just going to let you know, every Sunday from here on in, I'm going to have a link for Zoom, and all members will get that link. Oh my God, I want Adelson Barbie dolls. Sold Canadian.
Did he work at one location or travel around?
He would travel around. He worked at multiple locations.
Was he pretty successful in his job?
Yeah, he came up with a great business model for what he did, and he worked really hard and was very successful.
Was your brother known to carry a lot of cash?
It would be.
I know. I mean, he had cash on him sometimes. I never saw large sums of cash.
Did you ever see stapled cash?
I never saw stapled cash.
Were you familiar with his practice of stapling cash together in stacks?
No, I never knew about that.
Was your brother Charlie protective of you?
I mean, when I was a little kid.
What
yeah.
about as an adult?
As an adult?
Yes, Jane.
I mean, not particularly.
Is it fair to say that during the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan Markel that your brother did not like your ex?
I mean, I don't think he probably didn't like him, but I also think he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about him.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got along fine.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
No.
I'm going to turn your attention to your law enforcement interview, and I'm referring to page 25, lines 13 through 15. Send me under tab 1. This tab here.
I myself would like a Wendi Adelson voodoo doll. And I'd like it before she goes on the stand. So when she's on the stand, if you start seeing her go like this, you're going to be like, oh my God, Coffee's got the doll out. If you start seeing her twitching, that's what I want. Can anybody make me one of those? Just wondering. Right? Could you imagine? Just all of a sudden her head starts crinkling, Or you start punching the head and the head just keeps going like this. Yeah, that's what I want. Owl brooches and TV t-shirts. Yeah, if that was even possible, I would have one. I do. I don't believe they're possible, but I would have one. Oh, really?
Okay.
All right, so page 25. Did you find it?
Yes.
Quote, it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. Is that what he said?
That was a joke that he made, yes.
And hiring the hitman, that was to kill Dan Markel, right? That was the joke.
That was the joke that he made in poor taste, yes.
Not to kill someone else.
No. Well, he never used his name.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he's hiring you the TV because it's cheaper as a divorce present than a hitman. Who else would he be hitting with the hitman?
I never really thought about it because it was not a thing that he meant. He just made a bad joke.
Well, you repeated the joke, didn't you?
He repeated the joke.
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
To other people?
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never said that to Jeff Lacasse.
You didn't tell Jeff Lacasse that your brother got you that TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that joke in the context of the TV, yes.
All right. And who is Jeff Lacasse?
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother really had looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have
Yes.
clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the contract would have been under her name and her number. So when the repair guy was coming, they may have called or texted the number on the account instead of my number.
Okay. And after the murder, do you recall going to a dinner where you got sick at the table?
It was about a month later. And yes, I remember.
Where did that dinner occur? Was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in Miami.
All right. And was it like out at a restaurant?
It was at a restaurant.
All right. And when we say you got sick at the table, did you actually vomit at the table?
I threw up at the table.
All right. And did you ever hear your brother refer to that particular dinner as a celebratory dinner?
No.
Did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse that your brother called that a celebratory dinner?
I did not.
Was that a...
One moment, Ms. Campbell.
Yes, sir.
Under the objection.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Was that dinner a celebration of the murder of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not. That dinner was the first time I left my house after over a month.
Yes.
Because I was terrified. And if it was a celebration of anything, it was a celebration that I was willing to leave the house and eat a meal.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua, or have you ever met her?
I have met her.
Did you have an independent friendship with her, or did you only know her through your brother?
I only knew her through my brother.
What was her relationship to your brother?
They dated at some point.
Was there anything unusual about her as a girlfriend from your viewpoint at the time?
No.
So she seemed like a typical kind of girl that he would date?
She did.
Did you meet all his girlfriends?
I don't know. I met many girlfriends.
Okay. Did you meet Whitney Kick?
I did.
Okay. And Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And there's a photograph, I'm sure you recall, of you on the beach with Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall when that photo was taken?
I do. It was Father's Day 2014, so 9 years ago.
June 15th of 2014?
That sounds right.
So about a month before the murder?
That sounds right.
Where was this photo taken?
It was in Miami. I went down to visit my dad for Father's Day.
Approaching and showing you what I've marked as states 35. Is this that photograph? And I've attached the data associated with it.
Yes.
Okay. Is fair and accurate copy of that photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 35.
No objection.
No objection.
States 35 is exempt.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Publish 35 for me.
He's got jail hair. Right. What about the time in the pool?
Oh, yeah.
All right, is that you in the center?
That's me.
Which one's Catherine Magbanoa?
The one on the left, our left in the picture.
And how long had Ms. Magbanoa been dating your brother at the time this photo was taken?
I have no idea.
How many times had
Absolutely, Jane. I've been saying that from day one. That is her joke. He bought her a TV, and she said, "Oh, I got a TV instead of a hitman," or similar to that. Well, Charlie, not being so bright, decided to adopt her joke, or her little smartass comment, or her little dig to Charlie. He then goes around and says, "Oh, I got her the TV because a hitman was too expensive." I believe her joke. Yeah, I don't know. She does have selective memory. Yeah, it is a little longer in his new mugshot. Although, I wish he still had his head shaved. Because I really would like Donna to see her little boy and his curls gone. He's not had to cut since they shaved it off yet. I really wanted him to come in front of his mother with his head shaved and see all his little curly locks gone.
you met Miss Magbanoa at the time this was taken?
I think once before.
Okay, how many times did you hang out with her total?
Just these 2 times. Once at the dinner when I met her, and then once at the beach for an hour.
Yeah.
Was the relationship between your brother and Catherine Magbanoa serious, if you know?
I don't know. I mean, 10 years ago, was it serious? Not too serious?
It never stood out to you during that time frame as like, oh, this is the one.
No.
All right, so you mentioned you thought Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanoa. What about June Mchinda? Do you know which one that is?
When you say, do I know which one that is? She's not in the picture.
No, ma'am. You're one of your brother's girlfriends, June Mchinda. Do you know her?
I met someone named June.
Okay, and would you agree that was also after Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes, that would have been after.
When did you learn that Catherine Magbanoa was blackmailing your brother for the murder of your ex-husband?
Today.
So he never told you?
No.
Oh, really?
You testified in Catherine Magbanoa's murder trial last year, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And she was convicted.
She was convicted, yes.
Of murder?
Yes, of murder.
Of murdering Dan Markel.
Of murdering my children's father, yes.
A crime for which she apparently is innocent because she was just a conduit for Sigfredo Garcia. Did you learn that today along with all of us?
Well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not true.
Okay. You have no knowledge of it.
I have no knowledge.
In all the years this has been pending.
In all of the years this has been pending.
Your brother has known who killed your child's father, and you didn't know.
I did not know.
Do you know why Catherine Magbanoa was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I believe that she worked there.
What did she do there?
I know my brother met her at a dental office, so I'm guessing administrative work of some kind.
Did you ever observe her doing administrative work there?
No.
How did the killers in this case know that Dan Markel was planning to leave town the day after the killing?
I have no idea.
You knew he was planning to leave town the next day, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you convey that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
To your knowledge, did your brother have that information?
I don't know why he would have known that.
Oh,
So if the killers were told it has to be done today because he's leaving town tomorrow, we don't know how they knew that.
I have no idea how they knew that.
But it would have to come from someone familiar with Dan Markel's schedule, wouldn't it?
They would have to find out somehow. I don't know how.
Prior to Dan Markel's murder, when were you last in South Florida? Was it this trip that's pictured here?
No, because it was my dad's 70th birthday in early July, so I would have gone down to celebrate his birthday.
Okay, when's Dad's birthday?
July 5th.
How long were you down there for that July 5th trip?
I don't really remember offhand, but my guess is about a week.
Did you see Charlie Adelson on that trip?
Yes. We celebrated my dad's birthday, the whole family and friends, everybody.
Did you see Catherine Magvanoa on that trip?
I don't remember if she was there or not.
Did Dad have a birthday party?
Dad had a birthday party.
Was it a big birthday?
It was his 70th birthday.
And was Catherine Magvanoa at the party?
I don't remember seeing her there.
Do you remember seeing June Umchinda at the party?
I don't.
Or Whitney Kick at the party?
I don't.
So it could have been any one of them or none of them.
Or none of them. I don't remember there being a girlfriend with him at the party.
All right. So you said the birthday was what, July 5th?
It would have been July 5th.
Okay. And do you know on what day you celebrated?
Maybe his birthday. If it was, I felt like it was a weekend. So maybe if July 5th was a Saturday, then it was on his actual birthday.
Okay. Tell me about the event. You said there were family and friends there. About how many people?
Maybe like 50 people.
What was on the menu?
We had paella.
Were you responsible for securing the paella, or is that your brother's job or someone else?
I didn't arrange it, but I speak Spanish and no one else could communicate with him. So I spent some time helping him. That's why I remember what we ate.
Okay. Did your dad get any big gifts for his 70th?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
So there was no big lead up and discussion about some big gift that you were involved in, at least?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave him a present. I hope I did.
Do you remember what anybody gave him for that birthday?
I really don't.
Was the murder of Dan Markel your dad's big gift?
I mean, that's, of course not. That's a horrible thing to say.
What about the grandchildren, getting full unfettered access to the grandchildren?
My
Could that have
parents
been
had
the
full
big gift?
unfettered access to their grandchildren always.
Not when they lived in Tallahassee.
Well, whenever they could come up and see them, they did.
They were 50% of the time with Dan Markel, right?
Sure, but whenever they were with me, they had full unfettered access.
On the occasion that we're talking about, Dad's birthday, was that one of the times that when you came back to Tallahassee, your parents rode with you and then rented a car and drove home in the rental car?
It was.
And how long a drive is that?
It's about 7 hours.
It's 8 hours.
During that 7-hour trip, or at any time when you were in South Florida, was there any discussion of a murder at all?
No, absolutely not.
Any discussion of what to do about Dan?
No.
Any further discussion about
Absolutely.
bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those strategies?
No, that ship had long sailed.
Any discussion on that trip about the pending motion to preclude your mom from having contact with the kids?
No.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
Good one.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been. I mean, I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
Do you remember the window that the Geek Squad gave you for when they were going to be at your home to do this repair?
I do. I think they said it was 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you agree with me if I told you it was 8 to 12?
That sounds right.
All right. And do you recall what time the repairman actually?
I honestly could see her doing that and then blaming it on the children. She's horrible.
They arrived?
No, but I remember they came on the early side.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No.
Why not?
Because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yeah.
Yep.
The records indicate the repairman was there for about 45 minutes. Does that sound accurate to you?
Exactly, Julia.
Sure. That's my best. Sure.
Why was he there for that long, just to tell you like this thing can't be repaired or it's cost prohibitive to repair? Do you remember?
I don't.
Exactly.
My guess is he was there to try to see how he could repair the TV, and then he gave me an estimate, and then I found out what the estimate compared to the cost of a new TV would be.
My favorite
Who
part.
paid the repairman?
I did.
The repairman, you're familiar with his statement that you seemed really upset that day. What were you upset about?
I have no idea.
Were you upset that day?
I don't remember being, oh, yes, I was upset that day. I was upset. I remember Danny wanted to.
Script's coming back into focus. Oh, yep. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to say here, yes, I was upset. Ugh, God. She forgot her script.
Take the kids swimming, and I wanted to pick them up earlier in the day.
Okay,
And
so nothing to do with the TV.
I don't think so. I probably wasn't that upset about the TV.
Yeah. Glitch in the matrix. Glitch in the matrix.
Did you ever use the TV as code for the murder?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that?
No.
Do you remember on July 13th, 2014, seeing Jeffrey Lacasse at your place on Aqua Ridge? Do you even remember that evening?
I don't remember seeing him at my place because by that point we were kind of broken up. So I don't think I would have seen him at my place.
All right. So on that occasion, you couldn't have told him you wanted to share something with him in confidence?
I think that would be very unlikely. We had kind of broken up at that point.
And you couldn't have told him at that time the statement about your brother really did look into hiring the hitman?
I can't imagine I would have said that.
And when did you break up with Mr. Lacasse, or when did the two of you break up?
It would have been end of June 2014.
So not 4 days before the murder?
No.
All right. So end of June 2014 would have been the last time you saw him.
No. I saw him after that. We were talking and kind of figuring out what we wanted to do, but we had gone on a trip to Gainesville the last weekend in June,
Mm-hmm.
at which point we had a big argument and I really didn't want to be with him after that. So at that point for me, I was pretty much done, but there were more discussions until it, formally ended.
And when was the formal end?
I remember seeing him that Monday night and telling him I wanted to have some space.
Okay. So 4 days before the murder?
So 4 days before Danny was killed.
All right. And that was that the end of your relationship with him?
When I told him I wanted some space. Yeah.
Okay. Where did you go after the TV repair man left?
After he left, I stayed at the house for a while and I was working on some pieces of writing. I was talking with various friends. I had a friend in town interviewing for a job at FSU. I was making plans to go meet her. The time got too close before her interview. And then I had two friends that I would often meet on Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right. So what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay. So it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30.
Sure.
Okay. And did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape. And so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay. And when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right and it couldn't turn. So I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Yeah. And an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay. Did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather, or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime and there's electrical storms and trees fall. So that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Me.
All right. So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your kids that morning?
My kids know, but that would have been normal. And Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we left. We were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time. And we left voicemails for each other, but didn't get to talk.
Okay. Did he leave you a voicemail message that morning?
He did.
Okay. I asked you earlier about him being scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed. Do you know where he was planning to go?
He was going to New York to see his girlfriend.
The message that he left you that morning, do you remember what he told you in the message?
I mean, I think it was about our son's school.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't really remember.
Okay. Included in that was it included in that message that he was heading to the gym and was going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30 that morning?
I really don't remember, but that sounds like it could be what he would leave.
Okay.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that voicemail?
Sure.
I hate to say this, but do you think if Wendy's on trial, they have a transcript of this voicemail? Do you think they have a recording of the voicemail? Do you think if Wendy's on trial, they actually play the recording of Danny's message? Or do they just stick to the transcript? That would be hard for the Markels to hear that. But if they've got the transcript, they've got the recording. Knowing his schedule is more incriminating than the Trescott Drive. Yeah. That TV repair guy will say she answered the door in a white t-shirt with no bra. I'm putting money on it. Oh. Any normal person would have gladly accepted a new television and avoid going through a TV repair game, etc. Yeah. I hope the recording still exists, but yes, it would be heartbreaking. If they've got the transcript, they would have had it from her phone, right? The phone dump when they took it. They'd have to have that recording. And do you think when she goes on trial to put a voice to the person and basically to show how friendly or calm Danny's voice was or how he was with her, because when she goes on trial, he's going to be the most evil thing that ever walked. We all know that's going to happen. Yeah, Julie and Elsa Markells can step out of the courtroom. And she probably never let her sons hear their dad's last message. Probably not. Yeah, I think they would probably play that recording, in my opinion, to bring Dan into that court, to show his tone with her, because they will pull out every step to try to show that he was an evil person to her.
Just take a moment to review that. Let me know when you're done. Okay.
Okay. So did he say in that voicemail that he left you what his plans were in regards to the gym that day?
He did.
What exactly did he say about the gym?
About the gym, he said, I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know.
Okay. So that particular voicemail doesn't sound very emotionally abusive. Would you agree with that?
No, by this point in time, we were parenting really well and we were doing just fine.
Getting along great.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Move to strike.
I'll strike the comment, Your Honor.
Please move on.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there, because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So.
Okay.
Oh, was that another glitch in the Matrix? Was that another glitch? What did you just say there, Wendi?
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there, because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy.
What were you going to tell him? You were going to tell him you were getting your TV repaired? Or were you going to ask him? Did you glitch there, Wendi? Were you telling him that the TV repair guy was leaving? Oh my God, that part drove me nuts when I first heard her do that.
A new TV. So It would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably maybe I would have asked him about his work, or we would have caught up.
Did you happen to mention Dan Markel's plans to go to New York the next day?
I don't see why I would have.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school. So everybody seems to have it, but I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
Just not sure.
Yeah.
Did you have any contact of any kind with Catherine Magbanua on the day of Dan Markel's murder?
No.
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
No, I never communicated with her at all.
All right, let's talk about,
Okay, so, sorry guys, I'm just having a little snack. So, this is what I talk about when I say Georgia asks questions and then goes no further. Did you ever talk to Charlie on WhatsApp? Did you ever talk to Katie on WhatsApp? I have a funny feeling that Katie had WhatsApp. I have a funny feeling that Katie was not somebody that deleted comments or deleted chats. Because even though, even like Sarah Yusuf, if there was WhatsApp, as long as one person still has those messages and is willing to give them, I think that I don't see Georgia asking that question if she didn't know the answer. I think there's more that we don't know. Pardon me, guys. Yeah, Georgia might have the goods on WhatsApp and is solving them and saving them for the really big. Yep. I don't see Katie as a person that deletes messages. It takes a very long time to obtain WhatsApp messages from Meta. WhatsApp, as Georgia probably has them now. Yes, but it does take a long time to do that. But Victoria, if they took Katie's phone when she was arrested, they got Charlie's phone. If they didn't delete those messages, they've got it without even having to go through any back channels to get it. Right? They would have it. I live in hope for new evidence for W trial. Yeah. And who knows? Maybe Sarah Yusuf had WhatsApp. Maybe there is incriminating messages from Wendi on that. As long as one person has still got those messages.
You communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay. What about when you were talking to your brother? Did she ever get on the phone and speak to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went... I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party. So I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store. I picked up the alcohol. I stopped. I think I got gas. And then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that
No,
timing?
that sounds right.
Okay. And then from there to the restaurant?
Yes.
And where was the restaurant located?
Mosaic. I actually don't remember. I just remember I would go north on Thomasville Road.
All right.
And so it was.
And is the restaurant where law enforcement came to speak with you and you ended up going with them to the police station, right?
That's correct.
Right. Do you agree?
First off, there is no way anybody could say to me that she was, this leads back to me thinking she wanted to find Danny. She was not in nice clothing. She was in scruffy clothing. Somebody as vain as she is, somebody that wants to be center of all attention as she is not going to go and meet up with a bunch of girlfriends for lunch in scruffy clothing. She's going to want to be the best looking one in that group. There's no way she would have done that. That's why I think she wanted to find Danny, is one of the reasons. Because she was in clothes that would not have mattered if they got wrecked. she just wouldn't have been somebody that didn't care. She would want to stand out in the crowd of women that she was with. Mosaic was definitely a sundress and sandals venue. It was white tablecloths and crystal stemware. She looks evil in that still. Yep. But there's no way a woman like her would want to look scruffy in a group of women. Yeah, she was wearing that owl shirt, maybe a clue. Yeah, I just, there's no way she would have went to anywhere looking like that in front of with a bunch of girls, at least.
Or disagree that there have been some financial benefits to you and your boys as a result of Dan's death?
I disagree.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markel to Adelson?
So after Danny's murder, there was a lot of news. It just hit the media and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred, just pictures of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the press? Just
It was not in the press.
Markel?
Not yet.
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids' names on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide.
A year after.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know it was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Okay. Have you ever privately confronted your brother about his role or possible role in the murder?
My attorney has advised me not to have conversations with anyone in my family about the case.
But you had a close relationship with your brother at the time of the murder, right?
I absolutely had a close relationship with my brother.
And how soon after the murder did your lawyer advise you not to talk to your family about it?
In 2016.
Okay, so what about the 2 years in between? Did you talk to him about it then?
I mean, I talked to him about the fact that a murder occurred, but I guess I don't understand the question.
But you never talked to him about the suspicions you raised in the law enforcement interview that your brother might have done it?
No, I did not.
No, she didn't want him to know
You suspected your brother could have been a part of this, right?
I suspected lots of people could have been a part of it.
But he was one of the people, right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6 hours, terrified out of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
Right. And one of the possible ideas was that your brother could have murdered your child's father.
I didn't really believe that was possible.
I love Georgia.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this?
Absolutely not.
Is it better for both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
Yeah, right?
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God, maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he would still be alive. Maybe this is my fault because I.
The only time she tells the truth. Yes, Wendi, it is your fault. Yes, Wendi, it's because you divorced, because you set it up. The only thing true that comes out of her mouth.
I complained to the wrong person.
Yes.
Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have wanted to hurt him.
But you didn't say any of that before. I mean, the first thing you said was Charlie, right?
I don't think so.
Page 25 of your interview, line 5 through 15. Do you have any reason to dispute? Page 25, not 5 hours into it. You say Charlie might have done it, right?
Can I see, please?
You may.
There's error in the transcription.
This is going to be tab 1.
We've watched this too much when we know what's coming.
What I say here is that he would never do it. Right under the highlighted part, I say, no, he would never.
Go, Georgia.
Yeah. Page 25, line 5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew that Danny always treated me badly. And it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. So instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think he would do it, but can we agree you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview?
I did.
She sounds so proud of it.
Would you ever ask someone to do something like this? You say not in a million years. When asked, okay, do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you? You say no. And when Isom starts to ask you, what good does it serve? You say, I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie. Isn't that how it went?
This is the transcript, but I think there's also inaccuracies in the transcription.
Oh boy. All right.
Hi, Jamie.
Do you want the culpable parties held accountable for murdering the father of your children?
Absolutely. I'm grateful they're already in jail.
But not if it's your family.
It's not my family.
I mean, somebody hired them, right?
Not necessarily.
Somebody paid them.
I learned something this morning.
Yeah, me too. You didn't want them held accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and that I had nothing to do with it.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says, regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what I
Different
said.
now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
Oh, that was the best. It's different today, isn't it? No further questions. she's just the best. I think she's going to be amazing with Wendi. Hello, Beach Breeze. Oh, oh, thank you. I knew it was 2014. Watch this. It's quick edit. I agree. I wish they could make her say yes or no. She's very frustrating. Absolutely. Michelle says, wow, Rochelle, I'm impressed that you guys are still here. We're just about to leave. Yes, Georgia has Wendy's leash in her hand and knows how to walk her like a dog. Yep. Yeah, the transcript is wrong and the Markel Act is unconditional or unconstitutional. Oh. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when Charlie got that discovery of her interview. And reading the words of his sister throwing him under the bus. He wouldn't have known it prior. So I would have loved to have seen his face. Thank you for pointing it out, though. I do appreciate it. Tenant Square. Well, thank you, Rochelle. This has been an entertaining and productive review. Thank you. I know her story's got to change. I'm trying to figure out which one is going to change. Hi, everyone. I've waited to watch this with you live in Germany and just woke up and was surprised to see you. I'll be watching every day. Thank you so much, Rose. And just keep the good thoughts of justice for Dan. Everyone keep that in your minds. No matter what Donna's lawyers are going to throw out there, no matter what Donna's going to throw out there, we just got to have justice for Dan. And once we get the justice from there, we need full justice. Full justice. And I don't know, like I've said many times, I don't know how we get there with Harvey. Maybe information comes out in Donna's trial. Full justice to me is Wendi Adelson behind bars. I wonder what year the footage of Wendy's interview became public. I think it was Meg Benoit and oh, I don't know. That's interesting. Maybe he would have known prior. Wendi is calculating. I think she knew she was going to throw him in the fire ahead of time. Oh, absolutely. Rochelle makes rewatching these court scenes actually interesting and informative. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Justice for Dan Markel. Justice for Dan. Justice for the Markel family. And even though those boys don't know it yet, justice for those two boys. They were robbed of their daddy. They were robbed. And someday down the road, and I don't want to use Allison here, but Allison is a grown woman and she's still fighting for justice. And hopefully she's going to get it. I don't want those young boys to have to wait till they're in their 30s or 40s to receive justice for their dad. So I just hope and pray they get justice. John says, these people are the most unbelievable liars I've heard since watching court cases. I don't know why they don't say, no way in hell am I testifying, right? So what's up with your assayer, Rochelle, can I ask? He is out of prison. And he's kind of went AWOL from his what is it called? Halfway house. He went AWOL. I got a call from the victim services, which useless bunch of people, letting me know that he was on the loose. I've spoken with RCMP and all of that. So that's where we are now. And I told him it was going to happen. I told them what he would do. Everybody thought, oh, no, 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 no. So don't listen to the victim. No, why listen to victims? They don't know nothing. Hello, Jamie. I said hello. So that's where we are, Jane. But I can't hide from him forever. So here I am. Not behind a coffee cup. Thank you so much. Thank you. John says, I went to Alice's channel for a while to hear her update, then came back. I'm so glad you told us about the update, John. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you so much. It's been a long go. It's been a long go. That's how I got into this case, guys. That's how I found this case. Because I was looking because I had never dealt with the courts. I didn't know what to expect, anything like that. And I came across the Adelson case. Because cases in Canada are not televised. So I thought, well, it can't be that far off. Being in the United States, it can't be that far off. And then I heard about the victim being Canadian. The parents are Canadian. So I just, I started following. And it helped me. I appreciate it. Ruth Markel gave me so much strength to see a woman going through what she's went through and trial after trial and still be able to sit there and be strong was absolutely amazing. And I will say this. Some of you know that I've always said I would like to thank Ruth for giving me the strength to sit in the courtroom and showing me through her tragedy, through her grief, that you can still be stoic. You still can do this. So I did get to thank Ruth Markel. And I was glad I got that moment. So, Rochelle, was it someone you knew? Yes, it was my partner. He was narcissistic. He's been diagnosed narcissist, sociopath, and there's another one I just can't remember. And when I clued into this is not healthy, I need to leave, I told him I was leaving, and that was the worst thing I ever did. The worst thing I ever did. Well, I don't say Ruth is true north. I say Ruth, in watching her in court, gave me the courage. If she could go through what she was going through, for somehow it gave me courage to sit in court and face my attacker. So I appreciate that. Even though she didn't know she was doing it, I found strength in watching her in court. So yeah. Yeah, I told her my story and I told her thank you. Well, yeah, it's not the worst thing I did. I do say, and I will say this to anybody in a narcissistic relationship, if you have a chance to leave. Don't tell them you're leaving. It's heartwarming how other people can inspire us with strength. Absolutely. Yep. She, super nice woman. Glad I got the opportunity. And I will fight for justice for Dan till we have full justice. I won't give up. A large paper in San Francisco is going to do an expose on her mother's murder. I think that's amazing. I think it's absolutely amazing. I'm so happy for Allison that the word and people are bringing their voices to it to help her. She's been a lone voice in this battle for so long. Exactly right, Rochelle. That's why Sarah Boone off George. He said he was leaving. Yep. And I was lucky to still be here today. I don't know how. I don't know why. Because I shouldn't be, but I am. So that is my story. Unfortunately, I wish I could name him because every woman in Canada deserves to know his name, but I legally cannot name him. I am so sorry. What a horrible act, betrayal, and trust. Obviously, he went to prison. What a horrible thing to have gone through, sending and support. So thank you so much. Listen, all I can do is be a safe place for other people. So by saying my story, maybe there's somebody in the shadows watching right now. And they're going through the same thing. And if you are, and you're going through the same thing, and you need someone to talk to, my email is linked on YouTube. Please reach out. You absolutely should still be here. You did nothing wrong, and now you're going to inspire others. Hopefully. Hopefully. I can be a voice. I can be an ear. And through my journey, I've realized therapists and psychiatrists and all this, they're great. I will never say do not go see one. They're great. But it's really hard to talk to someone that's only educated through books. I don't wish they had my experience. I really don't. But it's really nice to be able to speak to somebody that knows what you're going through. No. Publication ban. It's to protect the victim. When gavel strikes in heaven's hall, the shadows rise and the guilty fall. Kosher style, my friend. How are you? Hey, why? Not until conviction, John, and not after they have served time for it. Right. Yeah. As wonderful, that is so wonderful of you to want to help others instead of burying your head in the sand. I can't. I honestly can't. I never wanted to be a member of this club. I never asked. I didn't pay any dues into it, nothing. And I will not turn away from someone else that didn't ask to be a member of this club. I am good. Glad to see you back. I'm glad to be back. She has started a small YouTube called My Father's Alibi to bring attention to her mother's unsolved case. What a great week for justice. Rochelle is back for Donna's trial. Woohoo. Yes, I couldn't miss it. Oh, hold on. I'm going to get, since John just put that there, I want to make sure we put that in there before I go. I'm going to link her channel. I'm going to put Allison's link in the chat, guys, for anybody that isn't. Why won't it let me? Oh, I've got it in the wrong spot. For anybody that isn't subscribed to Allison, please do so. Please go over and subscribe, because she's an incredible woman. Incredible woman. And we need to make sure everybody hears her story. Make sure everybody will, if you can lend your voice to her cause the same way we're lending our voice to Donna or to Dan Markel, we need to do it, guys. We need to amplify Allison's voice. As every little voice gets louder and louder and louder. And that's what we need to do. Especially now, Allison's getting attention to the story. Let's not let that attention die down. What we can do for the Markels, we also can do for Allison. Thank you very much, Michelle. She connected Dr. Robert to the Markels I'm in. More evidence than the Adelson's case, but because it happened many years ago, she has been facing challenges getting charges filed. Yep. If it means we have to write someone, if Allison asks us to write something, if Allison asks us just to maybe, put something, anything, let's do it. Let's keep the voices on this. No. Oh, I don't know, John. Yeah, I believe her father is. Yeah, he unalived her mother. Yes, thank you, John. I was about to say no, and I'm like, no, her father's still alive. I'm going to show you. Oh, yeah, so here it is. This is what you'll see. He's in hiding. But that being said, everyone, it is 2 a.m. in the morning here. I'm going to say goodnight. And if we can get through tomorrow, jury selection, then we're going to have a trial, people. It's about time. It's about time that witch gets what's coming to her. Yes, right. Good night, and thank you all so very much. I do appreciate every one of you. I thank you for joining me. And let's just keep our voices loud and proud, and let's get justice for Dan. We have waited so long for Donna Adelson's trial. Let's send a little prayer up there too, that after Wendi testifies, she gets arrested. Let's just keep that hope alive. All right, everyone. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow night.